What? Excuse me. What is up, everybody? It's Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. I hope you all are doing well. Yeah, cool. We're back in the basement. Same as what you guys always see, except for last week. It was a little bit different. Who do we have here? Look at Last Dance down there. Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. RW. Likewise, brother. In the chat, we've got Lee. Cool. Lee says Chicago and Portland kicking off. All right. Jess Stevo. Good to see you, buddy. And Biscuit Vapes here early. Right on. Love to see that, man. Cool. Always a good sign. Let us go ahead and pin the comment in case somebody needs easier access. Tensions in Portland and Chicago. Wow. All right, cool. Somebody keep an eye on that if they want. Yeah, baby. All right. Message is pinned. All right, cool. So, yeah, been an interesting week. Sort of unsettling, I feel like, to have the government shut down. I think that's a general feeling. So, definitely cover a little bit of that tonight. Some other stuff. You know, everything and anything. I'm going to have to get a few videos lined up that I have ready. Nothing that I filmed off the TV this time, ghetto style, but I've got some stuff for sure. How's the sound, fellas? Good, good, thank you. Not great, says RW. What could I use? Last Dance says good. Let's just check my audio settings. Everything looks good over there. I'll just speak up a little. Latency, of course. Just gonna get something sent over to myself. We're gonna get this thing fired up. That one. I'm just about, I don't know, I feel like I'm at the distance here where my Wi-Fi is, it makes a difference if I put my phone 2 feet closer than, yeah, over here. It's weird. So luckily I have the hard wire on the old internet. Got a bit of sun today, as you can see. I'm a little burned. All right, you ready? All right. How are you?
I'm good.
Awesome.
Happy Saturday.
Same to you, man. What was that you were just holding up? Nice.
Ardbeg.
Is that getting close to the end?
Let's see. It's getting there.
Okay. Yeah. Still plenty left.
Yeah.
Similar to me. Still plenty. For probably a couple nights unless I get crazy.
I just got home an hour ago.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about where you were?
Sure.
Sounds
now?
like, well, yeah, you brought it up, so sure. It sounds
Yes.
like a nice trip, a relaxing trip.
It was a nice trip. My partner and I took a trip on the California Zephyr, which is an Amtrak train that goes from Chicago to San Francisco. 53 hours total. And we got a roomette, as they call it.
Sleeper car,
a small sleeper car.
Yep.
And it was incredibly small. It was 6.5 feet long by 3.5 feet wide.
How much of it was bed?
Well, a lot of it. So there you sit in seats, nice, padded seats facing each other.
Yeah.
And there's a lever, and you can slide the seats down, and they go together, so they form a bed. And then above there is a bunk that you can pull down. And normally it's up at a 45-degree angle. You
Sure.
pull it down so it's flat, and so as long as you're not more than 6.5 feet, you can lie flat and
Interesting.
and sleep or rest. Right. So it was a challenge to get used to because you have luggage. There's no closets. There's no storage. There's a little tiny closet that's literally this big. It's like 4 or 5 inches wide and almost the whole height. So Jennifer Lee, that is Lee. Her name is Jennifer.
Right. Yep.
So you want to take out your toiletries. Well, you gotta stow the luggage under the seat.
I think the English bottle cap misheard you.
3 hours, 52 hours, 53 hours, 53 hours.
I think he only heard the 3 part of the 50.
Okay.
Yeah, I took a train from Massachusetts to Northern California via Chicago. So I believe my route went across to Chicago, then diagonally down the country through the Southwest into Southern California that way. Then we went up the entire coast of California, essentially on the train. I think it's the same route that you probably took.
No, that is not the same route. My route went across the northern kind of middle of the country, and it actually came in north of San Francisco and then kind of angled down through California to come back.
Mine was 4 days, and it was long. I'm not going to lie to you, but it was an experience. We got to see a lot of wild things, like pronghorn antelope. Just one thing I was blown away by, when you wake up, if you get up at night and look outside, how fucking fast the thing is going.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like going over 100 miles an hour. It's pretty wild, man. Hey, there's wife. Good to see you, wife.
Hey, smoke wife. And there's Gooner. Hey, Goon.
And Lee, yeah. Good shit, man. I'm glad you had a nice time. Good weather and all.
Good weather the whole time.
Beautiful. Hey, speaking of good weather, there's this guy. What's up? How are you?
W.
3 questions.
Sure.
How was the dining cart? What did you think of the viewing cart? And what did you think of the part of America that's like literally a day of nothing?
That would be Nebraska. And Iowa.
Iowa and Indiana too.
Well, yeah, we flew to Chicago, so we skipped Indiana entirely.
Gotcha.
So let's see. Iowa, the only part I liked about Iowa was the crossing the Mississippi River.
That's cool, yeah.
Which technically, I don't know which part, whether that's considered Illinois or Iowa, or maybe it's halfway in the middle. But after that, it's just farms. It's very rural, flat. Not if you like that sort of thing, I guess it could be interesting, but
surprisingly barren, though. Surprisingly,
yeah. So that wasn't the best, but my favorite part was the Rocky Mountains after coming out of Denver. To me, we went through a lot of mountainous areas. Those were the most beautiful, in my opinion. They were really gorgeous, and
Did the food on the dining cart treat you well?
The food was. We went to the dining car, not cart.
Oh.
Yeah, it was fine. It wasn't spectacular, and frankly, I wasn't expect it to be spectacular. It was fine. Is how I will describe it.
Well, I'm glad you got to
Uh,
have the experience because I definitely appreciated it when I had it. So
Topple
Was
asks
there,
a question. We have
what
to
is
ignore.
train sex? You don't have
it
to
was
go.
about 6x3, Topple.
Yeah, I hear you. Cool. Sounds. I mean, so were you on the rails when the government shut down?
Yes.
Interesting.
Did it feel different in the train? Was the train
No.
did it drive differently, or
No. Sped up.
was your cart? Did people hear cheering coming from your roomette? Or
I don't know. Hey.
Welshman's here.
Yeah. So is.
Biscuit.
Okay. Yeah.
Good evening. I'd just
Good
like
evening.
to introduce the evening with
are you celebrating?
All right.
I was with a sombrero on it, but I don't know. I might have it now wrong.
I see where he's going with this.
I never even saw that video. To be
He's
honest,
talking about
it's
Hefe
hilarious.
Joaquin.
Good evening. Hey,
Hey,
Biscuit.
Biscuit.
It's hilarious. Hi, Biscuit. Yeah, it's hilarious. It is, Steve.
You don't think that level of trolling is a little bit over the top?
No, because every time they get angrier, they just come back with more sombreros.
Oh, it's going to be interesting.
did you see it, Last Dance?
No, I didn't.
Well,
He didn't have much
it's
internet for the last couple of days. There's so much
Yeah,
for you to catch up on, man.
Yeah, I know it's terrible. The train didn't have Wi-Fi. Other Amtrak trains have Wi-Fi, but this one doesn't.
that's awful. That is, to be fair. That's
The old penny
awful.
saver.
I mean, in all honesty, I might not like it at first, but I might appreciate things a little bit more without the internet.
Yeah, but it's expected now. So basically, if you knew you weren't going to get Wi-Fi, I think you could have, and you still could have a good time without it. But it is disappointing. You think the only thing that passed the time maybe is a bit of internet,
Right.
and all of a sudden that's a red light there. You're like, there's no way around this.
Yeah, eventually they will get internet.
I've been on many JetBlue flights, and every one of them says something about in-flight Wi-Fi, and I still have never had fucking in-flight Wi-Fi. But someday
Isn't
it will
that super
happen.
expensive?
I don't know. It's everywhere, plastered on all the handouts and pamphlets.
Yeah.
I've never had it.
Usually, you have to pay for it.
$20 an hour or something. It's like off the charts.
Yeah, that's what it is on American. I just flew it. It's $20 an hour, or it's cheap if you want to pay for the whole flight. It's only $29.
Why the hell would they have two options? That's insane.
Maybe
I
you
guess
only
you
want to
gotta do
pay
it
for an hour.
beforehand.
Last
brutal, man.
dance. I hear you done 53 hours, which is like very excessive. Argentina was a long one, but I did do Paris on a coach, which, let me explain to you, was awful. I think it was 13 hours, and on a coach, and it was full, the coach.
Bus.
Not much elbow
and the-
room.
So I went there to report on the Yellow Jackets in Paris. Remember the Yellow Jackets?
Yep.
Yeah, I do.
And I went to report on that. And what happened the week before was that Antifa were all there doing their thing, and all these German Antifa turned up, and they sort of gave the French place a bit of a runaround. So that encouraged us YouTubers, British YouTubers, oh, we'll go down there and we'll report on it. So after the 13-hour coach journey, yeah, we were in Paris and we separated, and I started a live. My mate got arrested on a live. I got arrested on a live, and I spent 8 hours in custody. He spent about 30.
Jesus.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not much for violence, but one of the most satisfying videos is there's some sort of Antifa group, and this guy just marches through them with a cast iron pan, and it's bing bong bing off of everybody.
Steve, he's called the Pan Man. He's actually he's a legend. It's Pan Man.
He's got a smoke dangling out of his mouth, and he kind of looks like half drunk, and he's just like wrecking people. It's so funny.
So if you go on Twitter now and put in Pan Man, I think you'll get the clip you're looking for.
Yeah, you might get some pretty nasty shit too, so be careful.
No, it is hilarious. He bangs two black-cladded Antifa members, both on the nose, near enough on the nose or the chin. It's like he had a fag in his mouth, doing it.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on Nick Sorter getting arrested?
Who is that?
Yeah.
Nick Sorter is I guess an ex-based journalist, and he was it in Portland? I guess it was. And he was arrested by the Portland police for apparently fighting back against Antifa that was attacking him.
You know, what he did was Antifa was burning an American flag, and he grabbed the flag and put the fire out and kept the flag.
There's another story, though, that I posted from a gentleman that apparently called him, and he said it had to do with something else and not the flag.
So he was arrested for something else. That you're correct.
So I did see the clip where he was arrested, and the tweet attached to it was saying that the Portland police haven't made arrests since June. Now they're arresting patriots that were fighting with Antifa. And he said basically Portland police are de facto an extension of Antifa.
That's the talking point on the internet as of yesterday. So I'm not sure what's all going on with that, but it's about to
but it is true they haven't made an arrest since June.
That's hard to believe.
No, in that particular postcode there, where it's all happening outside that ice building, they have not made an arrest since June, and they only started making an arrest this weekend because they haven't even policed it. The residents in the neighborhood, or who live in this neighborhood, literally keep bringing the police about this noise shit, and the police will not attend. They're refusing to attend apart from this weekend onwards.
I'm just confused because we have two laws in the United States, one against burning flags and the other against actually being. There is one now.
Well, now, but I don't think it's actually a law.
No, it's not.
What is it?
It's an executive order.
What does that boil down to semantically?
Well, if you read it, it doesn't actually say you can be arrested for burning a flag. It says if you are violating some other law, perhaps arson, perhaps illegal, burning, you can't burn stuff everywhere, or if you steal the flag for theft, then, somehow he'll make sure that you're prosecuted to the fullest extent. It's just a pile of shit.
That's very different than the spin it's being spun as. And the other one is, Antifa is now domestic terrorist labeled. If you get arrested because they think you're Antifa, can you just say, I'm not Antifa?
You could try.
I don't know.
So basically, you ain't got a leg to stand on if you put your own flag in a burning bin in your own garden.
Anyone that burns a flag, I've said it before, my views are quite strong on this, should be a standard year in prison. And
well, it depends on what flag you're burning, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, the nation's flag, obviously.
Yeah, it's settled law. It's legal. You cannot arrest someone from burning a flag that they own.
The Supreme Court has dictated that this is a legally allowed activity.
Would it be a hate? Would it be a hate crime to burn a pride flag, for instance?
A what flag?
A pride flag. Would it be a hate crime?
Yes, it would be. It could be.
No.
If it was directed at a particular group. I mean, people have done things with bacon and thrown him at certain buildings and gotten in pretty big trouble for that.
That's the UK. But in America, the First Amendment takes control of that. That's why you're able to burn the flag, etc.
Correct.
But in my world, anyone burning the nation's flag, because it's such a symbol for any country. If it was the UK,
hello,
it's a year. It's a year. You get sentenced to a year, you do a year. Fuck around, you do a bit more.
Yeah, I disagree. And
Okay.
because I don't want any
Conspiracy theory, smoke wife.
I don't
It's the
want
big-
any constitutional rights infringed upon. I don't want anything touched. I feel like once you give up one, see, the NRA is big with this stuff with guns. Like, don't give in anything because. So I'm looking at it on a greater picture, not just the Second Amendment, but all constitutional, all of the Constitution, the entire Bill of Rights. So I don't want anything infringed upon by the.
Yeah, I understand, but the way I look at it, it's one of the biggest symbols for any country. It's what it's every man of every country of the nation flag fought for their country. You know, that's the biggest symbol. It's not the Constitution, I would say. It's obviously there, but you fight for the flag and your brothers and your brothers. But the bottom line is, to me, it's just a flat line. You're going to do a year in prison. And
by the same token, based, isn't it also the same kind of isn't it just as terrible when people use the flag for things that it doesn't actually stand for?
Well, like racist behaviour, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Well, on your basis, on your theory there, right? If you, I understand where you're coming from. We should be patriotic, and I obviously never burn the flag. But if somebody decided that was their given right, they live in a free world and they can do that, and they go, well, I shouldn't go to prison for it. Are you not sort of dictating that if, in the same way that if somebody burns the Quran, people want to kill them for it? But you seem to take almost virtually the same stance with burning the flag. So what if I burned the flag? I shouldn't go to prison for it. Otherwise, you're into fanatical behaviour.
Well, I mean, I've had quite enough of.
On Browning.
I've had quite enough of finding the Union flag, because that's how it's supposed to be called, and that's on a ship.
Union
flag. It's only a Union Jack when it's on a ship, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So I've had quite enough of people getting offended by the home nation's flag, and then we've got to suck up a foreign flag like a Pali flag or something. I've had it up to my fucking neck of it. I've had all that up to my neck. I've had it up to my neck when I see an American flag that's merged into a Mexican flag. What the fuck? Outrageous. I don't like any writing on flags generally, full stop. I find it all wrong. But if you're going to start merging nation flags together, no, and then burning the American flag like they do, I think literally it's a statement of totally fuck you and should expect a violent response. And I don't blame it if they do get it. People have died and fought for that flag, whatever nation's flag that is. And if people haven't got respect for it, then they should be taken away from the community as a whole to reflect on their actions.
Being devil's advocate here, did those men that fought for their country and our freedom, that was part of it? That if you have the freedom to do that without being persecuted, did they not fight for that?
Correct. I think you're correctly exactly.
Yeah, I'm not really disagreeing with it. I'm going on the point. What's better for the community as a whole? That someone who's English that will happily burn an English flag. And vice versa to American or anywhere else, deserves to have a response adequate. An adequate response is you're a fucking rolling fuck out of here for a while.
Are you speaking towards the common good?
Yeah. I'm speaking for the bigger good. I'm not speaking even for myself.
The irony of it is the actual proper way to dispose of an old tattered flag is actually to burn it. That's protocol. I believe. So I guess you're saying if it's burnt in protest or in defiance or anger, I guess that's. Or
yeah. I mean, I know exactly what Based is saying. I feel.
Yeah,
I feel disgust as well when I see things like that.
I honestly, when I see him burning anyone's flag, really, I get like sort of a bit really. So I feel like going in there and hitting him across the head with a fire extinguisher before I put it out, like, you know.
What about the Palestinian flag?
Well, if I see anyone burning a flag, I see a problem with it.
Okay.
Especially a nation
On that,
flag.
on that very note,
if it's a degenerate flag or some sort of NGO flag that's been backed by some sort of globalist ideas, yeah, I don't give a fuck about that.
You know, I will say, in sort of support of Based's proposition, that the irony works both ways, Lee. It's true that you can argue that the soldiers fought for freedoms, not a object like a flag, and part of those freedoms involve the right to free speech, and that can include burning the flag. But at the same time, you wouldn't burn a flag in a country that didn't have those freedoms, because you'd probably be injured or hurt for doing it.
It's a massive two fingers.
It depends on how committed you are to your cause, though, doesn't it?
That's true. But in some sense, it's the fact that we protect everybody, regardless. Everybody's entitled to equal protection of the laws. That means that, if you burn the flag, your neighbor is not going to come and bop you over the head with a stick and get away with it. So,
yeah, I guess yeah. Well, let me be perfectly clear. I totally do agree with Base. I just think it's not.
I mean, I think those silly.
But I would say I wouldn't. But in terms of where the freedom comes in terms of what men fought for,
the stupid, silly.
It's more about. It's more about. I wouldn't punish them by putting them in prison for a year.
I would.
But I would. Of course, because that's the way you feel. But I totally agree with Base in terms of I don't think it's the right thing to do. So yeah,
it's a huge two fingers. It's a huge two fingers up. It is literally on everything near enough the country. It doesn't stand for the flag, but the flag's a symbol of the country.
Yeah. Sure. Now, I want to hear what Biscuit was. He was.
I was trying to get out the cheap Chinese-made plastic crap that people are putting up. If they want to be patriotic to the country, why don't we invest in an actual flag and put an actual flag up that will last more than 5 minutes?
Yeah,
not make the country look like crap.
Okay, this is a leftist talking point on Twitter at the moment. They're all going, "Yeah, but your English flag's made in China." And it's like, okay,
not the proper ones, the proper material ones, only the plastic.
But yeah, but you do realise that a proper material flag runs at about £20.
Yeah, well, if you're patriotic,
if you're sticking if for example you're sticking 30 flags up in your little town, which a lot of people are doing, they go for the ones that are £1.50 on Timo.
Yeah, I know, but it's
£20.
3 foot by 5 foot.
That's not patriotic to me. Patriotism is putting the right flag up, not a cheap imitation of it.
Okay, so we got flags that do the job, right? That cost 10 or 5%.
They get tattered and ripped and torn within a day.
They don't. They don't.
The ones in my
that's all I've bought. That's all I've bought for the last 10 years. I've got literally flags. I've got many flags. Right.
The ones that are all plastic.
I got the Gladstone. I got the Gladstone flag with the with Pepe the Frog instead of the rattlesnake on the top.
Yeah.
What flags on your toilet paper?
I got some Trump toilet paper now.
Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, no. It's a really weak argument. The flags stay together for long enough.
You'll pay for Trump toilet paper. It probably costs more than chuffing proper British flag, but you won't pay for a real flag.
Really, bottle cap.
What's all your thoughts on? Do you think this peace deal is going to go through? Do you think they're going to achieve it?
Oh my god!
No way.
Well, of all accounts, Hamas accepted, and then Israel just bombed fuck out of them again. But it was Israel's proposal as such, and they've sort of accepted.
I mean,
Well, the news is saying tonight that he reckons that the what they're not called prisoners, what they called guys.
Hostages.
Hostages.
Is
Yeah.
Netanyahu as bad
He
as
reckons they're
Putin?
going to be
Everyone
back
honoured
in
what
2 days now.
No. I mean,
and there's even a little article on the BBC website tonight that says there are whispers that Trump could be getting a Nobel Prize.
What's back in 2 days? What was the claim?
Well, they're going to get
the hostages will be back in 2 days' time.
No,
Netanyahu was on. He was on the news tonight.
Hamas have delayed hostage releases even when they're agreed. So many.
My understanding is that they didn't agree to all the terms. So it was a very hard.
That's correct.
That was my understanding too.
Yeah, but I think they wanted to just discuss that after they released the hostages. They were going to have talks about it. So, but I can't see it happening personally.
What I think I'd like to say something quickly about the proposal for Gaza. Hey, Banksy, just
Good
quickly,
evening, gentlemen.
The scariest thing that I saw on that whole proposal, the bullet points for the proposal, is that they're going to run the new Gaza Strip as a technocracy. So
what does that mean?
By technocrats. So remember at Trump's inauguration, he had a stage full of technocrats, like the guy that owned Amazon, Jeff Bezos. He had Elon Musk. Did he have Peter Thiel up there? He had a bunch of people that were very high up in technocracy.
Zuckerberg.
So watch Gaza be rebuilt in this new digital structure. It's going to be interesting. To me, in my opinion, they literally leveled the place so they can rebuild it as a new model city.
I think dead bottle cap.
I think Brandon's may have miswritten his comment here.
It's not a bad theory, RW.
Looks right to me.
Burning the flag is free speech. Anyone who's against it being legal is un-American. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
I don't
The
give a
problem
fuck
is, though,
what you
based is English, British, not English. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't.
Yeah, I wanted to actually address Biscuits. Is it Blisket? Sorry, and this nonsense about just a Chinese-made flag or some, I don't know, some kind of British-made flag. This is nonsensical. The whole thing about a flag is a symbology. It's the symbolism of it. Nothing to do with whether it was made from from plastic or whether it was made from cotton. It's the symbol. It's the symbol that it represents. And the fact that these flags that are being put up around the country in Britain, it is the symbol of defiance. That's what it's really saying to the government, is that it has become, the British flag has become a symbol of resistance against the globalists and their agenda.
In a sense that a flag that's made in the country that it stands for is a bigger statement.
No,
if someone can afford it.
No, it's not where it's made. It is what it represents.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, but I personally think that if it's made in that country, it's a higher value.
You can go ahead and have some little old English woman or some English
it's not the fact that it's made in China,
textile shop make it out of gold threads for all I care. But the fact is, it's not the point. The point is, it is a symbol that people gather around. I agree,
it's a symbol, but when you look around my town and you see hundreds of ripped up flags, it's not a great symbol, is it?
No. I mean, were they ripped up by people or were they ripped up by nature? No, they're too high to be ripped.
They're literally like 10 feet in the air on lampposts, and they're all ripped up by the weather.
Well, I mean, that's the fact is that that's what happens to flags when they're up for a long time anyway.
In the back chat, Steve.
Yeah.
Have a look.
No, the point
I'm
is,
watching it now.
He's just seen it.
Oh, it's the same guy.
This took me 5 minutes to find.
My.
I got disconnected while finding, as you know. When I look for stuff, I just get disconnected.
I understand Banksy's point. I just, in my own mind, struggle with the economic aspect. Like in America, we have all these American flags everywhere, but they are made in China. So to me, it's like, how American is that? To me, it's not very American. Like, I understand your point of it being a symbol and it's being used as a symbol, but in my mind, there's aspect of using another country to make everything you have cheap and shitty. It's a whole different issue.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, fair enough. You can go ahead and argue the tariffs or the reason everything's exported to China, but that's not the point of, in Britain at least, of this raising the colours action. This is a resistance action. This is a symbol of defiance by the people, and that's what it's about. It doesn't matter if they were made in China or if they were made in in England, or if they were made in Japan, or China, or Germany. That's not the point. The point is the government doesn't want the people of this country to be proud of their heritage. They want to strip them down to nothing and make them into these global citizens.
Real quick, we'll watch this video.
So let me give the background. So here he goes. He lines one up. Boom. It is. Look at the fatso there. Look at Chubster. They were called Pink Ninjas. They were Antifa, and these were Christians. They were against this trans thing, and they got attacked.
Oh. That guy's nose is probably broken, dude.
Did they add the sound effect of the ding?
Yeah, but if you look at it, it's so perfect. Each one is critical hits. The first guy drops and crawls into the blanket.
Yeah.
And this blanket, what they were doing in this blanket shortly before, they were wrapping him in the blanket. They were wrapping him in this like pillared blanket. I'm watching it again.
Was that sound added after? Or was that actually the sound?
That's been added because it looks like a Looney Tunes cartoon.
The funny thing is, it's a helmet. It is, but everyone called it the pan, because the noise they put on it.
Is it a like an iron helmet from like World War One?
No, it's just a helmet. But obviously, because they put that pan noise, it's sort of viraled out like a pan man. And unless you look closely, it looks, it sounds like a pan.
I always thought it was something cast iron, to be honest with you.
But he kept his fag. If you look closely, he still kept his fag. was still, you know.
Yeah. For the Americans, his cigarette. He kept his cigarette in his mouth. Just want to clarify that, YouTube.
Oh God, that's just silly. If they flag you for a FAG.
Yeah, I don't think they would. I think it's free speech, man. Just like burning the flag is unfortunate.
Oh, Brandon's calling you out for violence on the right.
That's hilarious.
No, that video is kind of funny, yeah.
It's hilarious. I mean, you got people all in black with pink helmets or scarves around their head, and they got this big 30-foot like sort of black flag that they wrap around Christians. They're wrapping Christians around in this, and they were assaulting them inside the wrap. So it just so happened they picked on the wrong Christians. This guy and a couple of lads turned up.
I mean, it seemed to me like a fight was happening, and in a fight, it's all fair.
Instead of turning the other cheek, he was panning the other cheek.
If he did that arbitrarily to innocent protesters, I would not be laughing at it. No, but I think it was a fight. So that's how you win a fight, right there, boys. That's how
I mean, you get a helmet. I mean, you got two choices: you stick it on your head, or you wrap it in your hand. And I think you wrapped it around your hand.
Yeah, he had both of those guys easy with the wicked huge right hook, but he saved his knuckles. He saved possibly breaking his hand.
You know for a fact that with he would have done damage to the two of them, fighting. But he had a hat in his hand at the time. It was available.
I'm sure he stole some time.
Why did he have a frying pan in his hand at the time?
It was a hat, but they call it
a helmet. A helmet is what we would call it.
It looked like a frying pan to me.
It really did.
That's the power of suggestion.
It's the sound effect.
That is sound effect.
It seemed like frying pan. It's the Looney Tunes sort of sound effect of it.
It's dangerous, actually, what Last Dance just said.
When did this happen, and why were they being attacked? Apart from the fact they were Christian.
I think it was like a pride or trans event. Some Christians turned up to do some preaching.
No fucking way. Is it? I've just rewatched it. It's a fucking cap.
Yeah, it's a hat. Yeah, like a metal, like a BMX helmet. Like.
No, it's not even that. It's just a baseball cap.
Oh, but they're hard.
It's a metal baseball cap.
No, it's not a baseball cap. It's rigid.
Yeah,
It looks like just a black baseball cap when I just rewatched it.
Could it be a batting
No,
helmet?
not
the way those guys went down, because he didn't hit him with his hand. He hit him with the helmet.
Yeah, no, that's a solid item. That's not a baseball.
We need
Why did I see a frying pan first?
Because
the
we told you
noise
beforehand it was going to be a
Yes,
frying pan.
That's
Yeah,
right.
and it
It
goes
was the
ping,
power of
ping.
suggestion. Your mind didn't pay attention to that. You already decided.
If we'd have told you it was a dildo, you would have said, "Look, he hit him with a dildo."
I would have
Especially if they
paid way
superimposed
more
the
attention to
dildo
that
there.
one.
Yeah, you can
What's the
see it. It's
noise
a
for a
red
dildo?
colored, like a motorcycle helmet.
Yeah, it is something like a motorcycle helmet. I agree.
An open
That's-
face.
It's hard to say, but
Yeah, if you pause it at the
video
right
is-
time, you can see it.
Yeah. So he's been in a couple of clips. He was also in a shopping centre and it kicked off. It is a red helmet. It's like an old 80s sort of helmet.
Yeah, it's an old 80s.
Solid.
like
It's solid, and he doffed them both
motorcycle.
with it. He was in a shopping centre and he got
There
attacked.
it
and
is.
He done the same damage there.
There you go. You see, it's red and white
it's
motorcycle.
that's it.
like a white stripe down the center, red on
Oh,
the
yeah.
sides.
Yeah, it's a faceless. It's an open
And
face.
that soy
motorcycle.
boy in the beard that come in there to try and defend his Antifa members, he didn't do much. Did he?
The whole thing looks a little bit like a scripted, comedy, slapstick comedy bit.
yes. Looks like a slapstick comedy. Yeah,
Like a Benny Hill.
Boing.
that's it. That's what I mean. That's why it reminded me of Looney Tunes immediately.
So I seen you today at Trafalgar and all that. It was quite an interesting stream.
Who, me? Yeah. It was. They had. Well, there was two different streams I did. One was the Palestine action, grannies getting arrested, and then there was the rogue Palestine protesters at Whitehall. Nobody got arrested though. Nobody got arrested. No one kicked off.
What was the Palestine movement? Like, what were they asking for?
From the river to the canal, and from the pond to the sea, Atlantic.
The muddy puddle.
From the muddy puddle to my bath.
Yeah, that's what you said. The muddy puddle. If you know
all
Banks,
these things
if
to
you
be
know
free.
Banks, do you want to explain? If you know, do you want to explain why I say muddy puddle? Because you'll be able to explain it better than I can.
Because of the Quran says the sun sets in a muddy puddle. Well, it's reciting a story of some guy who saw the sun set in a muddy puddle, and somehow that's now correct, because the creator of the universe clearly didn't know that the sun doesn't set in a muddy puddle.
And it's gospel.
The creator of quantum physics didn't know where the sun went.
Come on. Banksy, that was the state of the art in science in 600 AD.
So Keir Starmer,
they
They
don't
want me
update
to
it.
believe this shit.
They don't
tell
update
me
it.
this, and I'm like supposed to go, oh yeah, that's a solid piece of information there. The creator of the universe thought that the sun went into a muddy puddle.
right? So, being that one of your long-term visitors just did a little bit of fancy knife work, and he got shot by some really, really great police officers who may have accidentally killed an innocent person in the process.
Yes, I think.
But to give it to the armed officers, it looks like they shot the guy. They were shooting the guy. It went through the door and killed someone on the other side of the door.
What are you talking
It
about?
looks like.
They had a knife attack.
Where?
Yeah, in
Manchester.
in Manchester. Well, it was actually
the
ramming of car piece, the peaceful
Yes,
cars.
it was a
initially.
double attack. It was originally
against the Jews, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, against a synagogue.
So there was peaceful car ramming, which took a few people out. I don't know if they were fatal, but then he got out of his car rammer, and he went to go into the synagogue. And of all accounts, he got shut out of getting into the synagogue. Or he got in and he got kicked out or whatever. But they managed to lock the doors of the synagogue. But he did kill, I believe, 2. and
Well,
injure about 5.
This is the thing. This is the thing. Out of the 3 people that were killed, which was the assailant and 2 other innocents, one of those innocents is potentially shot by the police as they shot the assailant.
Right.
So unfortunately, I think the actual assailant probably only killed 1 person. Actually, the other 2 were shot essentially by the police.
And we can hear Trigger snoring. That's cute.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
it's okay.
Oh, Trigger! Oh, your dog! I thought that was one of the panelists.
That's a soda pop. Yeah, and your brilliant Keir Starmer came out and responding to people who were going to have some protests this weekend about the Israel war with Hamas, Palestine, whatever. Yeah. And he kind of conflated these protests with protests against Jews in general. It was a very odd.
No, it's not a conflation. The very day, which was, I think this was Thursday that the attack happened, the very evening of that day, these people's bodies were not even cold. The Palestine protesters were in front of Whitehall protesting for Palestine and blaming Israel for the death of these Jews. That's what was going on.
These Jews.
These ones in Manchester.
Ones that were murdered by the
saying that if Netanyahu hadn't done Gaza or hadn't done this and that, these Jews would be alive now. That is how the correlation. This is how these guys work.
And the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, who's got to be the thickest racist in the country, apart from Diane Abbott, got literally jeered and off the stage. He went there to do his photo call. They basically told him to fuck off. I can bring that clip up for you now. It's quite funny.
I mean, for those of you, I don't know if everyone knows British politics, but the Deputy Prime Minister is essentially like J.D. Vance, the second guy in charge, essentially. So yeah, he was recently appointed actually deputy because the previous one did some tax fraud and had to be ousted. Yeah, that's it.
What made me more angry was during that day, the government turning around to the Palestinian protesters and saying, would you mind if you don't do it today, because tomorrow, because there's just been a terrorist attack. And then they backtracked a little bit later in the afternoon. They said, well, would you at least delay it? And I'm thinking, you're the government. You don't negotiate about this. Yeah. You just slap a ban on it for a day and arrest as many people as you can.
The thing is, you got to realize,
like all frightened, going, "Oh, would you mind if you didn't? Could you delay it then?"
The British government, the current British government, is captured. It's a captured government by the Islamists. These people. Their very jobs depend on being voted in by Muslim majority areas of Britain now. These guys, most of them are not going to be even elected the next time round because the Muslim areas are going to vote for Muslim candidates.
Yeah, independent.
So these guys are pretty much one term anyway. But the fact is that the British system is now captured by Islamists because they are the kingmakers now in many areas of this country. They hold the ticket to your office.
But you have to be willing, if you're a kingmaker, you have to be willing to deliver for either major party, depending on who's giving you what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why most of these guys
You can't be 100% labor all the time because you need to be willing to shift to another party if labor doesn't give you what you want.
Yeah, but the thing is, the shift that these guys will make will not be to conservatives. The shifts that they make is to Islamist independent candidates.
Okay,
that's the shift that they make.
Yeah.
The other problem you've got with the British government currently as well is if you look at the history of the last 40 years, Tory government, and people decided they wanted to change.
Your mic is way low.
The one way that Labour,
I'll turn them up.
Okay.
The one way that Labour were able to win the election was the fact that they invite everybody to their party. So whether that's, and I'm not being horrible to any group of people, but whether it's LGBT, whatever it's called, whether it's for people that are
terrorists,
yeah, or people that are into, you shouldn't, people.
Enemies of the
So
UK.
they get all these groups together and give them enough base to be able to win an election. And Starmer now is just like a dead duck in the water, because every time he does something, it offends one of those groups, and they'll go, we'll vote against it. So he has to backtrack, and then he goes to try and do something else, and that upsets somebody else in the Labour government, a few of the members. So there's going to be internal fighting stuff. So he has to. He's backtracked on virtually everything he's trying to do. He's got no power. He's useless. In the old days, Tories were to the right and Labour to the left. We both knew what they stood for, but you just don't these days.
And another thing as well, I look at like the Labour Party and their traditional vote base, because the Muslims do block vote. The Imam tells them who to vote for. I'm not saying everyone votes that way, but I believe the Imam has more power than anyone else in that community. So yeah, they listen. So the problem we got is now for Labour is that Labour have sort of relied off this and actually made loads of problems for the UK by taking that as a block vote for the country. Now, like we all said they'll start doing their own thing and making their own parties up and going independents. And this is what
when everybody laughs at Farage 3 or 4 years ago, they're not laughing now because he said this would happen. You'd have Asian areas that will vote for Asia, and they'll get it, and they'll get it.
Yeah, so they're lame ducks. So shit, what was I on about? The comparison I was going to make with legacy media and what we were talking about then.
I was just fact checking the Muslim constituency thing, and it seems quite a lot.
Yeah. In certain areas, they
There's
actually dominate.
There's 5 constituencies in the UK that have over 50% Muslim population.
The thing is, my prediction was by 2028 there will be an Islamist what do you call it? An Islamist party. The party of Islam, or the party of jihad, or whatever the hell they want to call it.
So Jeremy Corbyn was going to set a party up on there.
Well, they
went to try and it sort of backfired, didn't it?
That's going to be a jihadi party by the back door. But I was confident that they were the Muslims in Britain were going to literally put forward an actual Islamist party, an actual bona fide party. The only reason I kind of backtracked from that was someone said to me, if they do that, because Muslims as a totality in Britain are only 6% of the population. So as a complete, if the Muslims do this by the next election, they will be calling their hand a little too early. They'll be better off to wait until their demographics reaches at least 10%, 10 to 15% before they go forward with full jihad.
Yeah. Just to give you a little one here, chaps. You said 6%. That's obviously males and females. I know these numbers are correct, by the way. Do you know what percentage of the prison population they are? Come on, answers on a postcard. Come on, lads.
I think like 85-90%.
So if you think about it, so it's 3% of male, 3% of female. So it's 3% of the population. And what is their percentage in men's prisons?
What are we talking about? Who?
So Muslims are 6% of the UK. So if you cut it in half, that's 3%. Yeah. So what are the Muslim population in UK male prisons?
Total guess based, but the way you're saying it, I think it's going to be high. So I'm going to go for something like 70%.
No, it's not like that, mate.
That's too high. I mean, maybe 25, maybe 20%.
I'll say 20.
It's 18%. They're the only people that are over their percentage. The only by massive amounts. No one, even blacks, don't fall for that 3 to 18. It's it's very big. If it really you really shouldn't overrepresent your percentage. I mean, it's a bit of a bad. But when you're overrepresented,
because they're overrepresented in terrorists, they're overrepresented in grooming gangs.
90% of all terror attack.
But it's got to be something that gets numbers like petty thefts.
Well, yeah, I mean, apart from
apart from
other crimes, Muslims are overrepresented in the specific crimes of terrorism and grooming gangs. Those are like, they are well overrepresented. But it's not even just Muslims. It's Muslim Pakistanis of a particular region of Pakistan.
I was just going to say that. I bet it's just mostly Pakistanis.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the biggest chunk of Muslims we have in the country anyway. But it's not even all Pakistanis. It is Pakistanis from Marpuri or some area. It's one particular area of Pakistan. These people are fiends. They're just degenerate sex fiends. It's unbelievable how much of that.
It's a bit that part of Pakistan is a bit like Romania in Eastern Europe or Albania.
Okay.
It's just
Yeah, it's horrific, and we have a shed load of them here, and they're well overrepresented in their particular criminal activity.
Even though you know, if there's one tiny area in the world, you should probably reject immigrants from. It's that place. Yet I bet but they're not rejected from it, even today.
So let's talk about this very peaceful attacker that attacked those Jewish people nicely, peacefully.
You're talking about Jihad?
Yeah, so his name was Jihad. So he's a British citizen. They like to say he's a British citizen. Like it's a piece of
I wrote
paper,
a tweet. I said, "Jihad. It does what it says on the tin."
Yeah, exactly.
You can't claim false advertising.
And what's ironic is that Jihad's father is he's a doctor. So the left will love this, but not really. So we bring a doctor over here. Named his son Jihad, and then his son does what it says on the tin, and his dad does really quite controversial tweets celebrating October the 7th. So yeah, we bring in doctors that name their son Jihad and support
terrorism,
murder of innocents. So
I mean, this isn't. We got
it here. We got the NHS in there and everything.
I know, and that's the thing.
Not
He was literally one of the doctors and scientists that we brought in. But the fact is, people. I just think the Europeans for sure, and America. Although with Trump, you guys kind of did a bit of an Uno turn on that, but with the Europeans, they've lost their collective mind. They are absolutely retarded at this point, because they think that if I bring in thousands, if not millions, of Middle Easterners, that they're not going to bring their Middle Eastern problems to our shores. That they're just suddenly going to forget all about that shit.
I've got to step in. Here, right? You've heard of the magic British soil.
Yes, the magic soil.
So when you step on the UK, you leave all that behind you, and you become British with all the cultures intact. And
absolutely.
You understand the history of the country.
I need to move over
it's called the magic soil, British magic soil theory.
Just by touching your foot in Britain,
in British soil,
your soul is filled with British sensibility.
Yeah.
Can I buy some soil on eBay and just use it that way?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Dracula, who has to import his Transylvania soil in his coffin, otherwise he can't actually rest. You just touch the British soil, and suddenly you're Charles III.
I'm down.
You're just King Henry. It all happens, but that's the thing. Like this doctor, this man's a doctor. By the way, he's not the first doctor to be a jihadi. Anyway, there was a doctor in Scotland who also wanted to try to run into planes or whatever with his truck of peace back a few years back. So it's not like they're the first. So there was a doctor on the Piers Morgan show. He works for the NHS, and he was part of Hezbollah Tahrir, who chanted jihad. We must bring jihad to Britain. He literally, the guy was working for the NHS. So this is all bullshit when they tell you, oh, we're bringing in all these doctors, like as if these doctors are suddenly going to forget about their genocidal ideas.
But
these people are not going to give up their past.
The concept of, they're a doctor, they can't do anything wrong. That's like saying, they're a pastor or a priest, they'll never do anything bad.
Exactly.
Yeah. What's his face? Is it not Jans Fritzl? What was the guy who killed those old ladies with injections?
That Harold Shipman.
That's it. Harold Shipman. He were a doctor. He were a nasty piece of work.
He was a doctor, and he was euthanizing elderly people, essentially. The sack of dirt. But what I'm saying is just that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're importing doctors and engineers and architects, and they've got the list of qualifications, the length of your leg. It doesn't matter. Their fundamental loyalties lie to their tribe. They are very tribal in
I disagree that all Muslim doctors stick to their tribe.
Well,
Blisket, I'll tell you this. Not all sharks will bite you. But I'm not swimming any shark-infested waters anytime soon.
Some of the best doctors we have in the UK are Muslim. My surgeon was Muslim.
Yeah, but so far, just logically, so far, Banksy is basically named 3 instances where I named one. Three of them, 3 doctors of some description, and they've been involved, right? Either them or their family member.
British Muslim doctors, yeah.
Yeah. And
okay.
he just labelled them then. Label them again, because I remember the one you said about the is it the one that was part of that terrorism group?
Yeah, the one in Scotland that tried to I think bomb like an airport or something.
Yeah.
Then there's the guy who was on the Piers Morgan, who was part of Hezbollah Tahrir, who is now considered a proscribed organization, even though Egypt made him a proscribed terrorist group years ago.
So we just labelled 3,
and
this
then
guy,
this father of jihad, although he himself hasn't done anything. But he doesn't. I'm telling you, these people despise the Jews. You think Hitler hated the Jews? You haven't seen anti-Semitism until you take a wander around the Middle East.
If I get the dad's tweets, will you put them on here now? You can read them out.
Interesting.
Yeah, but it's not even that. It's this. I hate this this wishy-washy liberal bullshit of not all. Well, not all is bullshit. Not all of any demographic will always have people in it that are good. Anything, as I said, not all sharks will bite you. But I'm not swimming in shark-infested waters.
I've got a question for the panel.
Sure.
Interesting question. All right, I'm going to give you a scenario. We are a board of people that have been pulled into the office, okay? And before you lies the United Kingdom's problem with immigration and everything else that we've been talking about, because we're very critical of government. So we are going to try and solve the problem. Think about the repercussions of what you might suggest. So as a group, how do you sort out the UK migration problem? And all the people that are already living here and stuff, what do you do? How can you solve this?
Easy. You literally refuse to give any asylum to anyone for the next 10 years. Anyone who steps into this shore without proper paperwork or proper channels of entry is immediately deported. No benefits, no hotels, nothing. You are literally, if they can catch the dinghy in the middle of the channel, they'll turn that motherfucker around and send it back to France. Whatever it takes, I don't give a shit anymore. And the other part is anyone who's here, whose asylum case has failed, you get one go. No appeals, no second chances. You get one go. If your asylum case has failed, you're out.
You're saying that you should start picking up American tactics against Venezuela?
Dude, I would absolutely have 100 Trumps in this country in a heartbeat. I would elect Trump if Lucifer comes to me and says, I will deport these motherfuckers tomorrow, I will vote for Lucifer.
That's a Lucifer! Lucifer!
I'm a human rights lawyer working for the ECHR, and I go, right, Banksy, I get where you're coming from, but I'm telling you now, I'll fight you all the way in the courts, because that's inhumane.
And Banks,
that's why we have to jail you too. That's why we have to straight to jail. Straight to jail.
Fact check you on the Muslim doctors thing. I've just had a look, and there are 8 known Muslim doctors that were criminals for many different things, including fraud and theft. There was 2 for terrorism, 1 for sexual abuse,
not giving out COVID vaccines,
and 2 for other related 3 for other related cases. And out of all those, there are 44,500 Muslim doctors in the country. That is a tiny minority. And to say that all Muslim doctors are the bad wrong uns, you can't say that.
So you're saying you're saying there's eight people with criminal records.
I've just checked it.
That are Muslim doctors. Is that what you just said?
That's right. Yeah, 9.
Okay. Well, I find that hard to believe. If they were like Orthodox Christians, I would find that hard to believe.
No,
well,
look.
What I'm trying to say is that
given the small population,
not every Muslim is a terrorist or a bad person. There can be good people.
Look. Dude,
Just
I am from the Middle East. I am literally Iranian. I would be in the demographic of people that should immediately be deported from this country. I am a fighting age Middle Eastern man from Iran. One of the satans of this world at the moment, one of the axes of evil. So I'm not saying the things I'm saying because it's going to be
you can't
Blisket.
You can't start everyone with the same brush.
Blisket. What I'm trying to say to you is that
Biscuit, you're absolutely sorry, Biscuit, you're absolutely right, mate. There are lots of really nice ones. I meet them myself. They're lovely. But when push comes to shove, they won't be lovely. They will support their own people, and all the smiles and the handshakes.
Precisely.
And if you really think about it, in the United Kingdom, when people go, "I've got Asian," I know Asians, they're really nice. Well, there might be the younger generation who've got some friends, but certainly my age, no, they're nice because they're smiling because they're taking my money out my hand because they own shops and garages and this, and they're all polite. But behind the scenes, do not think for 1 minute they do not like us. Don't be naive.
This is a story that goes around the Middle East, especially cultures of mine. There is a saying that the Iranians have always remembered. The Muslim tells you either see the light of Allah in the reflection of my sword or you get my sword. So Mr. Habib or Mr. Patel, who's a perfectly nice person, I don't give a shit about his moderate Islam because he will watch while the Islamists behead you. He won't raise one finger or one word about it because the moderates have never done shit when it comes to the extremists.
Exactly the same thing about a Christian who takes the Bible the wrong fucking way. Not all Muslims are bad people, and you can't say that.
We're not saying they are. You keep trying to put us into a category. No one said that. No. Once again, you're a leftist.
I continually say not all of everything is always some that are good. This not all argument is bullshit. There will always be exceptions to the rule. What I'm dealing with is the pattern of the rule of the thumb of this culture and this society is that they will not. The moderate ones, the not alls, the good ones will not lift one finger to save you from the jihadi's scimitar when it comes down on your neck.
Okay, Banksy, but okay, you can think he's wrong, but he's an Arab speaking to you now and telling you what he knows about the culture and everything.
How dare you, sir? I'm not a fucking Arab, okay? I am Persian. I am of the Persian race.
That's my ignorance.
Kiss my ass. It's like calling you Scottish, okay?
Shit. So look at the complexes there. We don't. So the bottom line is, he knows what that religion's all about. It's taking over his homeland. He knows, right? Okay. So I've seen many interviews on social media, and they're quite telling. They'll speak to a British chap, and they'll speak about war, and they say, "Would you go to war against Russia?" And this British chap, well, a lot of them say no. It's like 70%, 80%. It's hideous. And then the same person then asks a Muslim chap or an Asian chap, and he'll say, "Where are you from?" And he says, "I'm from Pakistan." And he said, "So if Pakistan and Britain went into a war, who would you fight for?" Every single one, because the British people don't want to fight, but every single one of them said they would fight for Pakistan.
Those are two different questions.
But they were, yeah, of course they are, because they're two different demographic people. But the point is that the British people don't want to fight for Britain, but the Pakistani Brits that are born in Britain, they're not going to fight for Britain if there was a conflict between them and Pakistan.
If I lived in Pakistan,
yeah, but base, if you're talking about. Were you talking about going to fight for Ukraine or something, or were you just
well, yeah. So basically, the questions asked that to British people that will they fight for the UK if they got into a war situation, and like 70-80% are saying no, but they'll say the same. They'll say the same thing to an Asian chap, and they'll find out he's from Pakistan or India, and they'll pose that question like India and the UK, Pakistan and the UK, and they all say they're a country that they weren't even born in. So that's what that's basically what our country will end up like. A biscuit if we're not careful.
I think
people.
If we were,
how can I be wrong? I'm literally giving you on the streets. These aren't set up interviews. They're not set up answers.
I'd want to fight for my own country too.
What's that?
Yeah, I think it depends on the thing. If we were being attacked, I think you'd find a lot of people want to fight for the country. What worries me is if we ever got pulled in, God forbid, into a European bloody war, and then the people they're conscripting to get numbers, it'd be very interesting to see how many Asians would be signing up for that, because we'd end up all going to fight a war, and they'd all be left here.
Yeah, with biscuit.
Yeah, I'm listening.
No, they'll be left here with biscuit.
Look, Lee. The thing is, when you're saying how many Asians would step up, now I would say I would put my money on the Sikhs and some of the Hindus, but majority of the Muslims, especially if the conflict ends up being against a Muslim nation or a Muslim thing. Jeez. No, because their loyalty is to Islam. Their loyalty isn't to you.
Biscuit will disagree. Biscuit will disagree.
Islam, family,
you're stating the obvious.
country.
You're stating logic, but Biscuit will say no. They will side a Western country apart from their religion. And he's already given way and said the Sikhs and the Hindus. Yeah, they will.
Oh, they will step up.
But
you have already proven that.
I said that your logic is a fallacy to begin with. That we would fight for our own country too.
No, look. The question. There are two different questions. The British young people don't want to.
If they were born here, multiple generations, I'm sure they would want to fight for this country. But if
against Pakistan, no. Yeah, the answer is no.
It doesn't even matter if it's against Pakistan.
The answer is no.
Even if it's against Syria, even if it's against
it's an Islamic
Iraq.
country.
Yeah,
look at the cultural difference, though. One nation.
Biscuit. Hold on. Biscuit, you're dreaming. You're dreaming, Biscuit. You're literally dreaming just on your virtue signaling, and you're just not willing to.
All right, hold on. Let's open this up because you guys have been kind of talking amongst yourselves here. RW, what were you going to add into that?
The point I wanted to make was that the British young people probably never think about having to go to war, whereas the young people from Pakistan, in their culture, they might think about going to war often. It might be a threat that's on their mind more often, so it's more of a cultural. It's just a different upbringing. But when
who would they fight for? RW, they'd fight for their home, their heritage home country, which would be either Pakistan, India, Syria, or something. So they won't fight for the UK.
What about the 650 Muslims that's currently fighting in our army now?
There's 80,000 people in the army, 600, and I tell you what, they've been trying to get Muslims in the army for years. So if they've only got 600 and they've been trying to force the issue for years, it says a lot.
Well, they're a minority in this country overall.
Well, what did you say the percentage was of 3% of British men are Muslim?
No, 6.9.
Men.
Well, men. If you're taking away the elderly and the women,
right, so
then you're probably
let's just say 3.5, because I mean, women.
Honestly, there was these crazy army recruitment things where they were in like a situation, and the Muslim guy would start praying to Mecca, and everyone stopped fighting. And it was an advert to bring more minorities in the army. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you've got cultural issues, you've got religious holidays. Like, you think a Muslim is going to pick up a gun during Ramadan? You're gonna have all sorts of issues. But this is, you see, the thing for the Americans.
2 million
the
Muslim
thing is,
men in the UK.
So out of 2 million,
the
they
thing
got
for the
600.
Americans
All
is
right,
that
great.
you look to Europe as the,
All right,
as the
well, how
canary
many-
down the minefield. This is. I mean, you guys are, in a sense, because of geographical locations, you are safer from the Islamic hordes that are coming across from the Middle East. But we are your canary. Whatever happens here will eventually reach there if you guys don't do something about it. That's why a lot of people from Britain are moving to America, moving to Canada, because they just simply can't see the tide turning over here, so they're just leaving. The rich are just getting out.
Yeah, I can't blame them. The taxes over there are insane for ultra wealthy people.
Taxes are crazy. As I said, they're looking at the way the demographic of this country is changing. The Jewish people, the Jews are all going. I know at least 3 Jewish people who are from, and I think Base, you might know him. Joseph, one of them is Joseph from Speaker's Corner. They're all planning to move to Israel. They would rather go to Israel, which is effectively a war zone, than to live in Britain, because they're safer in Israel as a Jew than they are in Britain. That's how crazy it's getting.
Aphid Lip, how are you, my friend?
Oh, good, man. How you guys all doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you too.
And
I don't know
Biscuit,
about how it
Bis-
was for you over there today, but boy, what a gem of a day we had here, weather-wise. Just so
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Got to celebrate my mom's 80th birthday today, so that was a nice treat.
Happy birthday to
Happy birthday.
Mother Lip.
Biscuit, just going back to
Grandma
your point,
Lip.
going back to your point, Biscuit, about they're a minority, right? And you are right, they are at the moment. I'll just do a little fact check myself here. All the minority faiths, this is in the UK, right? All the minority faiths are growing in population, but the fastest rate is for Muslims. There are more Muslims than all the other minority faiths put together. The Muslim population increased by 1.2 million between 2011 and 2021. This accounts for 32% of the overall growth of the UK population. So what's it going to be, in another 10 years, we will be the minority, mate. So it's not about, well, they're a minority now. They are growing. We all know that most English people have 1 or 2 kids. There's just a few that might have 3 or 4. They all have 6, 7, 8. They are just going to
agree with
outpopulate
that.
us.
So yeah, do you agree we're likely to be a minority under present predictions by 2040 to 2050?
If it goes on as it does, not that early, I don't think. I think would be a minority by
okay, no, wait there.
20.
David Coleman from Oxford University done it a couple of years ago. It's been out a couple of years. So he thinks by 2045, we will be a minority under the present predictions. So basically, they're using the numbers today. Taking the numbers won't get any bigger or any worse. Under his predictions, it'd be 2045. So, would you be happy with that?
Well, no.
Right then. So, what would you do about it?
No idea. I'm not a politician.
Well, no, you're not a politician. You've got an opinion.
Oh, come on. That is
all of a sudden,
pussy way of getting out of it. I don't know.
All of a sudden, he hasn't got an opinion. See, the problem is, wait there, Biscuit.
That's a sackless answer.
He hasn't got the bollocks to talk about it. He hasn't got the bollocks to talk about it.
No, I ain't got an opinion because I ain't got a
You ain't got the bollocks.
I don't know how
you agree that you wouldn't be happy if that was the case. I made the point under current predictions, what's happening today. So they're using the maths of today. So it's not like,
what can I do with my point of view? I don't believe in.
Well, no, you didn't have one, did you? You didn't have a point of view.
I do have a point of view, but I don't agree with deporting British nationals. And if Muslims are outpacing us, then we're in a bit of a predicament, aren't we?
Well,
and you know what? It's not just leveled at us. I'm just reading out U.S. population. This is the Muslim population in the
2060.
U.S. Will grow much faster than the country's Jewish population. By 2014, Muslims will replace Jews as the nation's second largest religion group after Christians.
In America,
that's in the U.S.
America's got the same problem, and basically it'll be sort of white Americans will be a minority by 2060.
Yeah, but that's now two different things.
Yeah, that's not Muslims. I just said minority.
Yeah. Just an interesting concept here in America, but I don't think it's problematic per se, like it is for the UK. I think it's a little different here,
Yeah,
unless you're like really like, I don't know, pro-white or something, then it's problematic. But in general, I think that it's not really a problem here.
Yeah, because
totally
even your
disagree with that.
minorities are still South American Christians, so you still have
That's
a
right.
cultural and religious.
The only
connection.
problem I have with it is that if Muslims outnumbered white people and other races, then it wouldn't be a multicultural country anymore. It'd be another Muslim country.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to hear what you're disagreed with, Topple.
Same thing that's going on in Minnesota. When they start taking over the government in those areas, guess what the fuck they do? You cannot sell any more pork here. You can't do this. It can slowly turn into that.
I just don't see that happening on a large scale. Yeah,
I
Dearborn.
do.
Are you talking about Dearborn, Michigan?
Yeah,
well, I'm just talking about
in Dearborn, Michigan. Let me tell you about Dearborn, Michigan. They banned pride flags, right, in the whole city. You cannot fly a pride flag. Google it.
Well, that law is illegal, and it will be.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I know.
The Muslims have got together. They run the council there, and they've decided that anyone flying the and they get fined. So Google it.
What about?
The latest story, and you should Google this. Is they have a call to prayer. And you say, "Oh, that doesn't happen." It doesn't happen. It happens. So look now. Put down call to prayer, Dearborn, Michigan, and they're doing it now at like 5 a.m. to wake everyone up for you.
I am curious if anyone has any thoughts on New York Eric Adams backing out of the race and basically giving Mamdani a very strong chance of pulling into that seat.
We'll get first hand of what's going to happen.
Topic.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, one last thing. You gotta be careful with not wanting, like, if a certain group of people want things a certain way that we don't agree with, as long as they're legal, because I think it's totally fair that some parts of the United States, if the majority of the people want abortion to be illegal, then maybe that state should have abortion legal, and vice versa. If another state wants abortions all day long, then you know what I'm saying?
Isn't that how it runs right now?
Yeah.
No, I know, but you're saying watch out for, up in Minnesota or whatever, that
absolutely
remove pork or whatever. If somebody wants to remove pork, if the majority of that place wants to remove pork,
but don't you see that being problematic?
That's crazy because I mean, like most people would say, like, oh, like, I don't know fucking what example I'm going to use to compare to pork, but entrails. Oh man, that's disgusting. You shouldn't be selling those. No, if like a few people want to eat them, then and somebody can make money off of it and sell them, then let them sell them. Even if the vast majority of people in the area think it's disgusting and smells like shit when you cook them. This is America. You should have the right to buy entrails or pork wherever the hell you want.
Well, and I'm also not talking about laws and all. There is video going on in Texas right now. There are a bunch of Muslim people went into a shop and basically say, "Hey, in a few years from now, we're going to be the majority here, and guess what? You're going to be out as threats."
Yeah. So no one shops in that shop.
Not even legal.
This is how it works. No one from that community will out shop in that shop, and basically they'll just de facto take it over.
They'll go out of business. This is
not saying going out of business. I'm saying making threats.
Well,
making threats.
Banksy, tell him what happens in the UK. Same thing.
Well, the UK, what's happening is when it comes to the pubs. That's what's happening in the UK. Pubs are now shutting down in certain areas that are Muslim dominated because Muslims don't drink alcohol. They don't go to pubs, so the pubs make no money and they shut down. And then they get bought up by either some Muslim community, which becomes then a Muslim community.
Oh, I'd like to say thank you guys for fear-mongering me into believing that Muslims were going to be taking over our country by 20 fucking 100. It's bullshit.
No, not 2100.
It's still aspect of supply and demand.
2046.
Well, I've just looked on Google, and thank you to
Okay.
AI. My fears have been relieved. With zero migration by 2050, Muslim
With zero, you said with zero migration. Did you
listen? There's three different numbers. Give me a minute. With zero migration, the Muslim population would reach 9.7% by 2050.
Fixing the narrative.
Hold on. With
Fixing the narrative.
With medium migration, the population would reach 16.7%. And with high migration, the population would reach 17.2%.
Yeah.
And there would still, by 2100, not be a majority. It could approach 30% by 2100.
So AI knows all the
you
laws.
have to worry about your government first.
No, I know what he's saying, because this was a Pew poll that made this prediction. But the fact is that is not the problem. When the Muslims reach over 10% of your population, Muslims will change their attitude and the way they behave. You think they're badly behaved now with the way they come out and scream for Palestine every week. Wait till the Muslim population of your country becomes over 10%. Look at every nation before they were Muslim, and then once they Islamified them, essentially. The minute the Muslim population goes over 10%, the Muslims become extremely aggressive.
Muslim people that do start being terroristic and whatnot will get deported back to the country of their birth.
Oh no! This isn't terrorism. They will infiltrate every facet of your society. They will infiltrate. They will use your democracy to depose your democracy.
That sounds like fear mongering.
Look at the United States, though. Just real quick. Look at the United States.
That was me.
Because our own cities are fighting against the federal government.
There's a few people protesting, maybe violently, in the UK.
All right, let me ask you guys this. On your drive home, like, you have 4 stores to buy beer from, and only one remains as owned by a legacy family from the town that you live in. The others have all been bought by immigrants, but legal immigrants. And the beer is all relatively the same price. Are you going to favor the local store owner for the same product?
That's not really a thing. We have.
No, I'm talking about like my reality.
Okay. Here we have supermarkets and supermarket mini stores and there are.
Talking like this is more of an ethical question. Would you guys choose to shop at the local place, or would you not care and just stop? Like, who cares? Last Dance, locally owned or foreign owned, but local, like new locals.
To be honest, I probably wouldn't care until and unless some other issue arose that made me care. That fact alone, I don't think it would make much of a difference to me, or no difference.
Not price? If all the prices are the same, what's the question?
Price would dictate it for me, but being that the prices are within 50 cents per place, it's irrelevant. So, RW, would it matter to you if they were, let's say, price not concerned?
If they were all priced the same, like, I don't have that option. I have corporate or family owned. Mm-hmm. And I'll go buy family owned butcher meat because it's the highest quality, and corporate's garbage for more money. So I don't have the third option of some foreign immigrant.
Well, you don't have that. I feel like that's everywhere up here. They buy the liquor stores, or they buy the 7-Elevens, that sort of thing, the companies.
When it comes to gas stations and such, yes, there's more of that reality, but the mom and pop shops, not really.
So, or liquor stores here proper, because it's hard for a big supermarket to get a beer license here. So most of the places you buy your beer are what we call package stores or packies.
I just think that the corporate world has to be put into the equation, because we're talking about like immigrants coming in and doing this versus locals doing that, but corporate is taking over the whole world. Like, it's an interesting question.
I go to truth be told, I go to the place that's owned by a generation of people that have lived in this town. Like the father bought from another local guy maybe 40 years ago, and now his daughter runs the store, and it's locally owned, and it has been, and it's in a local family. So that's the store I choose to stop, and that does impact my decision to buy that. I do feel like the other stores, they're nice guys. One of them had a big case of glass bowls. It was owned by Indian guys. I walk in and I walk over to look at the glass pipes, and the Indian guy's like, "Hey, bro, can I show you something?" It was hilarious. He's trying to like throw me out and shit, but with an Indian accent. It was funny as hell, man.
I guess for a simple answer, I have the same mentality if I have the choice. The choice is not very often, though.
You know, I kind of have a bit of that and a bit of the other, in the other direction. I kind of, you know, I'm a big fan of the, whether it's true or a myth, of the notion that America is a land of entrepreneurs.
Right.
And I kind of like the notion that an immigrant will come here, and instead of, you know, they'll take the bull by the horns and they'll open a shop.
Well, they'll buy a shop in some cases for like $1 million.
Yeah, they'll buy a shop and they'll
making jobs rather than taking jobs.
Okay, Biscuit, you made me go through Grok now, so I've just gone through Grok, and it's coming back with an answer. I am right and wrong. So David Coleman on demographics, right? So David Coleman is a prominent British demographer, Oxford University. We go through it, and this is what he's given under, and how they describe it as undercurrent conditions. I think he said. I'm trying to find it. I found a minute. So 2025, 25% of the population will be 2040, 33%, and 2050, 38%, and then 2066, he thinks will be 49% of the population. You know,
I just want to pick up on the point as well.
Professor David Coleman, have a look at it.
Will do. I just want to pick up a point that Banksy made, saying with Biscuit was going, oh, you know, they're not going to influence this, they take up time. Biscuit, it's already happening, mate. You try and find a school in the United Kingdom, or in England especially, that doesn't give children at lunchtime halal meat. So these changes are happening. And I was watching a YouTube short video of a guy who owned a store in America, like the equivalent of like a newsagent here, and the local guy from who's top of the mosque comes in to visit him and says, "Listen, brother, I know you're making money and we've all got to live, but you are selling alcohol, and you know you shouldn't be doing that." 2 days later, he doesn't serve alcohol anymore because he had a visit from the head of the mosque to tell him
that's a very small area. That's a small.
But it all starts somewhere, Steve, and it all grows, and the country starts to change.
White British children are a minority in 1 in 4 schools. So, and it really does affect the schools, because obviously the birth rate on white people is 1.7 in the UK, and the birth rate in certain communities is around about 4, 5, even 6. So, in a quarter of all schools, white people are a minority. Just let that sink in a little bit.
Well, my daughter's school, the white people are the majority. I think I've seen maybe six people of color in the entire school.
I understand what you're saying, but that's anecdotal, and I'm just going on the whole of the UK.
It's all anecdotal.
The discussion might be, but when you're bringing in a national fact, obviously we can't disagree with the fact that some communities have 4 to 5 kids as standard, right? We as standard overall have 1.7.
Now, when you say we, do you mean white people, or
yeah, white people? White British people.
My mum and dad had 5 kids.
I don't mean jihad. I don't mean jihad. Who's got a British passport?
Whose fault is it that we're having less kids?
Well, it would be the government's fault for a start, because Well, let me tell you why.
Get out there and make more babies. Fight that way. Make more kids.
Well, what it comes down to is if you're a couple.
What put more strain on their national health and the doctors, if it's like they do with their massive numbers, put this strain on the system.
So let's go back to where we are, because obviously that with the schools, obviously if some people have 4 or 5 kids, then the schools will be full of those kids as they're growing up. So it's a stat that stands to reason and logic.
You're just jealous that Muslims are having more sex than we are.
What it comes down to is
it doesn't mean they're having more sex.
What it comes down to is people are choosing. People are choosing to not have kids. Other people are choosing to have kids. Their motivations appear to align with like their own class or group. So it appears that a lot of dual income, no kid, people, what we call dinks, are like loving life. They fucking hang out with their attractive partner. They go out to dinner 4 nights a week. They have a $4,000 a month apartment, and they don't want to be sullied by
and they go on holiday whenever they damn feel like.
Right, they have way more money because, like, right now, childcare is so fucking expensive that if your wife works, instead of taking care of the kids, like half of her pay goes to paying to watch the kid, or more, depending on what she makes. Yeah. It's harder to have kids now because of. But in certain
communities, that they've got it tied up quite well. What they'll do, the grandchild will live in the same house as the mother, father, and the grandparents. And the good thing in those families, and they'll turn around, and the grandparents will end up being looking after the kids. So that helps. So, and of course, when you're all living in the same house, you can save some cash. But the way Biscuit takes glee into thinking, "Oh, they're having more sex," that's silly.
That was a joke. Don't take it.
In about 30, 40 years, he'll wake up from. He knows, but he just can't admit it himself.
30 or 40
he just can't admit it himself. He just like refusing his brain to accept what logically is in front of him, and he thinks it's fun. He thinks it's good.
I mean, no, this is the thing. As I just stated, it's people's own free will. You like you just said.
From where, RW?
Basically, like you just said, Welshman, they have a mini infrastructure to take care of the nuclear family, per se.
Correct.
And here it's easier to, if you're making it between a couple 180 grand, you can live damn good, right?
Yeah.
But like you throw a kid or two into that 180 grand, all of a sudden you're making less, you're paying way more, you lose a shitload of time. The diapers, it's just shitty, man.
I know families where I live, and they've got a Ferrari outside. The son's got a Ferrari, but he lives with the parents. The grandparents live with the parents too, and it's a good way of bringing up your family. They have 0% loans, like the Jews do. So that's another nice little setup. That if you think about what we pay on loans, etc. It's very good.
How many of them rednecks will be related, RW?
I mean, that's beside the point, right? We're just talking about statistics here.
Where can I get some of these 0% loans?
I don't know, but I do believe the Jewish community do get these. Have you heard about these 0% loans?
It's Sharia banking, because in under Islam, you're not allowed to have usury. I don't know about the Jews. The Jews, I think, are okay with usury, but then again, it all depends on whether they're.
Well, if you're a Jew, I think you get
usury is kind of an archaic term. What would that be in modern time?
Interest.
Okay. Sorry, when I say usury, interest on loan money.
Is more accurate. I feel used.
Usury is definitely more, but the fact is that Muslims are not allowed to have interest on loans. So what the banks have done now, admittedly, it's kind of a workaround, and it's kind of hypocritical because it goes against. Well, it goes against the essence of what it's supposed to be. But the banks who lend, for example, you want to buy a house, couple want to buy a house, and they want to do it under Sharia banking. What the bank does is that the bank buys the house at whatever the current price is, and then sells it technically to the couple, but at a price that the house would be worth in, let's say, 20 years time, 30 years time, depending on the loan period. And so if they estimate that a house price will go up by £200,000-300,000, they will then sell the house at that price to the couple, who will then pay it off monthly, but they don't technically have a loan which has usury attached.
Yeah, that's got a major aspect of predictive nature to it.
Yeah. But that's how they try to get around this banking without interest.
Yeah, it's technically religiously acceptable, but from practical point of view, there's something called an internal rate of return involved in those calculations, and that's just an interest rate by any other term.
Exactly. But that's how some of the banks have got around. But to be honest with you, Muslim families and even Indian and Sikh families, they don't even operate under that anyway. They mostly operate under the fact that the father, the kids, first of all, as they said, the kids stay with the family. Even if they get married, they stay with the family. So the brothers and the sisters and the wives, they all live in pretty much one house, which they keep. What they'll do is quite often they buy the house next door and they extend the house into the next door house, and before you know it, sometimes they own like 5 houses in that street because they keep buying the next door house in order to extend the family into it. Quite often, they don't leave the houses. They don't have the culture of, oh, you're 16, 17, 18, whatever, now get the F out and live your life your way. They quite often live together.
I don't think that's general. I know plenty that have got their own houses and got married and moved out.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I just don't think
there is a lot of Middle Eastern culture which they live with their family even when they get married. The wife moves in. And that helps to save money, so that way you don't actually need to take out loans. You don't need to take out, you know what I mean? You don't need to put yourself into debt. They actually quite often live debt-free lives because of this, because they just simply work around. And a lot of it also comes from the fact that, I know for a fact in Iran, you can't get loans from a bank. Banks are bankrupt. I mean, the whole country is in the shit. You can't really just get a loan anyway. So most people who want to buy a house, they have to literally buy it outright. They don't get mortgages. And so very few can buy houses, but those who can pretty much buy it outright. So that's how the sort of system works. A lot of people essentially rented accommodations in Iran. A lot of family members I know, they can't afford to buy a house because they can't afford to pay for a house outright, and they don't have any means of getting any kind of loan. So a lot of people just live rent on rent, and it's happening in Europe. We have an entire generation, what they call generation rent. I mean, Christ, the World Economic Forum themselves said it. You own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, and don't forget, if you arrive on a boat, you go in a hotel to start with, and then you don't go in any waiting list, because if you're on a waiting list, you'll be in the hotel for at least 5 years, and they'll try and push you on. So where do they push you on? Straight into social housing. So your niece and nephew get pushed back a bit further again every time. You know, it's a good way of doing things for some people.
Wind's getting a bit rough out there.
And don't forget, I'm not having a go at them. I'm having a go at the system.
Well, yeah, all of this comes down to the political system and the political establishment. It's not that I blame the migrants or the refugees. The fact is that yes, there is some blame to be put on their shoulders because they're gaming the system. They know they're gaming the system, but the fact is that the system allows them to game it. So we have to change the system. We have to change the political class.
How do so many of them know how to game the system? There must be somebody helping.
I know Iranians who know British law better than British people. They come here. I know Iranians who teach British people how to take advantage of the system that they themselves... In fact, they're not even taking advantage. Most British people are not even claiming what they're legally entitled to. They're not even claiming the things that they should be able to claim.
Banksy, I bet you've seen as well. There's actual YouTube videos where they're teaching you on how to claim.
Yes.
For anybody that's a migrant, you can see it all on YouTube, Biscuit. It's amazing.
Don't you think that's a failure of
right,
public
this is the best thing to say. Is tutoring them before they even get it.
They have a how-to.
Yeah, but the fact is that RW is right. This is the failure of our government. This is the failure of our system. They don't even teach the natives how to use their own benefits that they're entitled to. They have perfect right to use.
As possible.
I'd go further than that, Banksy. I think it's the whole failure of Europe. Really do. I think
Europe,
we go on about the UK, but it's the same in every country in Europe. They have the same problem.
Because UK, what's happening in the UK is the model which the Europeans have established, which is the model of the globalists. They don't want you. This is why.
America doesn't teach civilians how to do tax here.
Yeah, but this circles back for me to the exact beginning of why the British flag and the England flag is a rebellious symbol, because they don't want you to be a nation, a people of a nation, to be proud of your nation. They want you to be this nebulous, globalist human being that can just simply waddle around the world, and wherever you are, where they say, wherever I throw my hat is my home. That's what they want. They want to instill that model.
To what point? At what point does the division reach its apex and find resolution? Or does it just infinitely get more and more divided without a breaking point?
The thing is that
I think it turns to violence in the street eventually. Absolutely.
It will spill out to that.
We've now had enough. Forget the government. Don't care if you're going to call the army out onto the streets. We've had enough. It looks like we have to take it to our own.
You see, the problem is, RW.
Don't want that to happen.
This situation is asymmetric. It's not you can be. They want to strip the European of their nationality and their heritage and their history, but they don't want to strip the Syrian of that. The Syrian doesn't get to become this globalist, nebulous person. No, they still have their Syrian heritage. They still have their Syrian, their religion, their background. All of that is still intact. It is the European that is demanded upon to be this nebulous global person. And the migration, the rate of movement is also asymmetric. All the poor people move to the rich nations, but there ain't any rich people moving to the poor nations. There isn't anyone from Europe moving to Syria, but there are plenty of Syrians moving to Europe.
Trump said it back when Trump said, why do we get all the people from shithole countries? Yeah. Why can't we get some people from Norway? Is what he said.
Because people in Norway like Norway. They don't want to leave Norway.
Well, I want to go to Norway, to tell you the truth. It looks fire.
Steve, you mentioned Trump, which might be a good caveat, because we've been talking about Europe and the UK for the last hour and a bit. I've put the sombrero meme in the back chat. I don't know if you want to show that off, because you haven't seen it.
We'll get that going. What do you guys think about this recent government shutdown? Who's putting the blame where?
Well, from what I understand, didn't the Democrats actually initiate this in order to make Trump look bad?
They initiated it, as they say, because they want the subsidies that were initiated during COVID for the ACA, which is Obamacare, healthcare. They want the subsidies to stay, which what they are they make it $880 a year. And the Republicans want to put it back to what it originally was, which was $1,550 a year. And now this is good health insurance. $1,500 a year, Aphid Lip. Not bad, huh?
I'm sorry, I was watching Base's meme that he put in the back chat.
Right,
sorry, what'd you
say? So what the Republicans want to change the rate to is it's almost 100% increase from $880 to $1,500 a year for damn good. That would be the average for Obamacare for the ACA, public health insurance.
It's going to be how much?
Almost
800. How much? $1,500 a year.
Cheaper.
Oh, that's not bad,
dude. It's like 100. I don't know what. $5 a month or something like that, or I don't even.
$5 a month. What math
That's
you
good.
using?
That sounds like a great deal.
$1,500 a year.
I'll do the £5
That
a
sounds
month.
like every month.
Yeah, £5 a month, Steve.
I used to have to pay
Oh
more
no, I
every
said
month.
100. I said 105. I don't think you heard me.
Sorry, mate.
But you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like
£3
compared
a
to
day or
what
something,
people
isn't
pay for health insurance, $1,500 to $2,000 would be per month.
So
This is for
as
the whole fucking year.
So as I'm
yeah,
doing
yeah,
it as
yeah.
well,
I
Steve.
paid over 2,000, and then I switched over to the Obamacare because I couldn't afford it no more.
So the reason why the memes are going out is
For three of us.
It's because the Sombrero meme is sort of an identifier to say that the Democrats want the Obamacare or whatever for foreign citizens, for non-US
But that's
citizens.
illegal anyway.
No, there's another aspect to it. I've done all the research on this.
Yeah, but that's where the meme.
I just gave you the first part. The first part is almost 100% increase, which in the grand scheme of things, it's still very, very cheap for good health insurance. And number two,
I mean, that's relative for how good of a service you're going to receive from that.
Well, okay. I mean, when I was on it for a while, we got good results from it.
Yeah, I did. I paid, like I was telling him, we were going to pay. Now it would have been like $2,300 a month for three of us.
A month.
$2,300 a month.
Oh,
and we changed to Obamacare, and I haven't really noticed any differences in my healthcare because of it. And we unfortunately we've had instances where we had to use the healthcare before and after. And I haven't seen much of a difference, to be honest.
The thing is, you can't keep on, like I said, doing the old COVID relief. It's fucking well gone, COVID. £1,500 a year sounds cheap.
That's one of the things. The second thing is, the thing where what it is the federal government will reimburse hospitals for emergency care of illegal immigrants.
No.
The federal government that it currently is in control, the Republicans, want to stop that reimbursement. Now, the hospitals, because of the Hippocratic Oath, will treat and keep everybody alive for emergency care. The insurance is usually not a question when it comes to keeping somebody alive. The question becomes, theoretically, is it the federal government's responsibility to reimburse the hospitals for that care, or should the hospitals end up charging more to their insurance companies to cover these uninsured illegals, which are going to get the emergency care anyways? It's a tough question because we're going to have higher insurance rates on one side, or we're going to have a lot of governmental money going in to pay for
higher
reimbursements. Tax money, yeah.
I would have to think the chance, and I could be totally foolish on this, would be I think we got better chances with the government because in the private sector, they're going to want to make that money and a little bit on top for their own pockets. So I don't know, maybe it seems like the government might not be making that extra bit to put in their own pockets because they.
The problem you got, if you use the NHS as an example of wasting cash, bringing it to the government, sometimes it can work in against. So I'm just throwing that in there.
When it comes to,
I could be wrong, by the way. I'm just the way my brain works on this situation.
When it comes to the fault of why all of those illegal immigrants are here, that was based off of federal government decision and action or inaction. So for them to have to cover that repercussion until they can solve the problem, that's logical to me.
Well, can our Republicans just clap back with an amendment to the proposals and have it so that they cannot get that emergency care?
I don't think so. I think that goes against the Hippocratic Oath.
Well, the Hippocratic Oath isn't a law.
Republicans want to stop that anyway, don't they? So
it's not a law, but isn't it a standard that a doctor has to accept?
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that
the government don't have to pay for it because the illegal would just be in debt.
Right.
If the doctor feels they have to provide service because of some oath or some higher law, then they provide it for free.
I mean,
that's their choice.
That'd be another. If the illegal doesn't pay, then the defaulted, and it'd be a criminal charge to deport them, wouldn't it? So wouldn't that be in the benefit?
I don't know about that.
So wait a second. Are you saying last dance then that the doctor who treated them should not get paid?
Either he shouldn't get paid, or it comes out of the hospital's profits.
It's going to have to come out of somewhere because there's consumable costs.
Just because the doctor, his morals require him to render care, does not mean that is on everybody else in the country to pay for it.
They're gonna raise their prices just like the insurance company would raise their price.
Can we play the meme though? Can we play the meme?
They're gonna charge us more for each individual thing. So their bottom line at the end of the year stays the same as their profits does now.
The point that RW made though was that 2 years ago, whatever it was, the fucking flood of illegals coming over was allowed by the federal government. And it is the same federal government that we have in charge today. Regardless of whether the party that's in charge has changed, it's still the same government. Yeah. So if that government has waylaid the system with all of these illegals that are uninsured and getting their arms cut off in the fucking lawnmower because they're working illegally, and then they need $1 million worth of care, which they're never going to be able to pay for, should it be the responsibility of the people who let him come in, i.e. the federal government in the first place, to at least subsidize the care, help pay for the care?
Emergency care wouldn't cost them $1 million, would it? Because you're just trying to save them person's life. You're not going to be putting plastic
this
surgery.
Could be anything, dude. A guy could have.
I think it does, Smokestein. I think it does, though. It seems like
a guy could
just the opposite. I think
a guy could be ignoring symptoms. Be ignoring symptoms of cancer, and it could metastasize in his body because he's an illegal. He doesn't have insurance. Finally, he gets an ambulance to the hospital. They realize he's riddled with cancer. He needs multiple surgeries, all kinds of treatment. That dude, $1 million can add up real fast.
Well, that's not emergency care, is it? That's
well, it starts out as emergency care.
Well, and then what happens if somebody comes in, the doctor's like, fuck this. I just had 3 guys last month that went through the same shit, Yeah. I don't want to care. I don't want to give you care, because the government's not going to help me out. I'm not going to pay for it out of my own pocket. I mean, what if
that would be good news.
To challenge
that should happen?
Absolutely. It absolutely should happen.
To challenge last dance.
I mean, if an illegal comes to our country without the ability to pay for his own health,
too many people talking. I didn't hear anybody.
What if his arm's cut off and it's gonna bleed out if the doctor don't sew it up? The doctor chooses, nope, I ain't gonna do it, and he bleeds out and dies on something that could have easily been fixed. You're okay with that?
Well, and I have to pay for it. Is that what you're saying? Literally, me? No,
no.
You bleed out.
The collective taxes of all.
You heartless bastard.
So the collective tax, the collective money of all taxpayers would have to pay for it.
Right. Well, he knows that.
Well, I don't know with him. Sometimes he's a real literal guy.
He knows that.
I understand.
Well, it always falls down to the public. It always falls back to the public, regardless.
That's heartless. That's heartless.
Absolutely. Don't come to the country unless you have a way to, pay for the things you need.
And it's in that poor doctor's conscience because he's the one that's now in charge of making this life or death situation.
Well,
that's unfair for our doctors.
I have a compromise. I will pay to have him go back to the country he lives in. Let's say.
What about this?
I will pay to drive him to the emergency room in Mexico.
There's a lot of instances where that's going to be life or death.
Yeah, but what if the person he looks Mexican but is an actual American citizen? His family's lived here since 100 years ago. But he hasn't got any ID on him, and he's bleeding out. Do you just let the guy die, or do you?
Still different. So why would he be bleeding?
Because you don't know who he is. You don't know who he is. You don't know if he's illegal or if he's legal.
Yeah, what if he's
Yeah, but-
burned up and he's got no identification on him?
Well, they treat
doctors second guessing if he's an American citizen or not?
I love it when people come up with these bizarre
Yeah.
edge
I
cases.
don't
That's
know.
not bizarre.
I
How
don't
many
know.
the edge
people turn up
cases
in hospital every day without ID and unconscious?
It's,
But
like, it's a bit like the AB thing, you know, with abortion, and they say about, you know, grape and stuff. You know, it's like a high percentage of abortions, and it's not. It's like
Ancestral
literally
grape as well, not just regular
yeah,
grape.
Yeah. They always bring
I'm
it
not
up like
saying
it's,
it is
and it's
bring up
literally like
edge cases.
0.5%
No,
of
but
abortions from
Avid,
rape.
Avid,
Well-
it's actually easy. You save the man's life and then you immediately deport him.
Yeah, but
Well,
then he
last
gets
chance, if it's a
get
burn-
paid for it. He doesn't get
Isn't
paid
it?
for it.
Last
Who
chance,
paid
if it's a burn victim who's burned on 90% of his body, do you ask him to see the 10% so you can get a skin
Right.
color and then kind of
In
come
Last
up with your
Dance's
plan
world,
from there?
the doctor's giving him compressions, and then the nurse comes in and say, "Hey, doc, we just found out this guy's an illegal," and he's like, "Oh, wait,
He's uninsured. Right.
Yep,
yeah,
basically,
Listen,
basically, yeah.
get him out. He's gonna have
Well,
to go to his own.
why
country
would the
while
doctor
his
stop
pulse
doing
is
that?
2 beats a second.
Because
A
he's
minute.
not
Why
getting
would
paid.
Well,
Because
why
he's-
would
he's-
if then he's making that decision? If I'm not getting
I know,
paid,
but
I'm
you're
not saving
putting
his
that
life.
decision
Why
on
not?
him. Where now he's got to be like some in the middle of his trying to be a doctor. He's got to be making these decisions.
Yeah. Doctors make triage decisions all the time.
Not
Triage decisions,
Their
yeah, not
only
life and death.
decision
It's-
is to
It's
save the life of
triage.
the
Is this
person laying
man
in
going to
front
be
of
able to pay
Not to
for me to
ignore-
pump him one more time?
That's not
I
triage.
don't want a
That's
doctor to have
finance.
that on him. There's no way.
If the
That's-
doctor believes that his higher oath requires him to work for free because of, I don't know, the Hippocratic oath,
Yeah.
then that's his decision.
Don't doctors work for free all the time for pro bono things like rare diseases and whatnot
No.
for experience?
Well, some
Sure,
some
some
do Doctors Without Borders and other things, but
No, I'm not
You know-
talking about that. I'm talking about like rare diseases that
A small
that contribute to the medical sciences and whatnot.
doctors do volunteer. That's true. And this would be just another way that for doctors to volunteer.
exactly.
Do they at least get a tax write-off in your world, Last Dance?
No
Or
way.
are they screwed?
I'll send them a postcard thanking them.
Mm,
Well,
exactly.
there's no tax write-off because there's no expense because it's pro bono work.
No, I'm saying
Well-
if he did $1 million worth of work on him,
Yeah,
he should
you
at
could
least be
deduct
able to
it from
take
his
that
income.
$1 million from his taxes.
Right,
The
right.
thing
Well,
is,
Well,
Can
if
we
there was
play the
any money left in the IRS, they'd go after you, but most of them have been fired. So
Now here's a question: if there's an illegal who needs to be saved and an American that needs to be saved, and there's no beds left, that illegal is going to die, surely, isn't it?
Yeah.
oh, he's
Steve,
going into the
can we play?
dumpster.
He's brown bread. Steve, play that meme for me, man, please.
meme it. Meme
Oh.
time.
Meme time. So give me the
Face is sitting
context.
there with that meme on deck for so long,
Yeah.
so excited.
Yeah, so let's give you a bit of context on the meme.
Is so bad. I mean, it's like a fourth grader made this.
Yeah, but this is the whole. Let me give you the context. This is the whole bus. They come up with a serious thing about the lockdown or what the lockdown of the government, and he came out with the old sombreros, and it's so poorly done. But of course, he's dubbed the AI voice in this, so it can't be seen as a fake. And they're calling it a racist fake thing, because every time Trump
No way to
replies,
sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans
It's
bullshit.
horrible.
Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, at least for a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too. No way to show.
Oh my
There you
god,
go.
that is horrible.
So that's the first one. But of course,
Oh,
the liberal media goes berserk, saying it was some fake thing, deep fake, and it's disgusting.
Oh,
It's
what
just-
no one could tell. Was
Yeah,
that so well done? Was that Hollywood
Yeah.
level Marvel's Avengers level graphics there that no one could tell?
But they
Now, let's not forget at one of the presidential debates recently, when the moderator asked all the Democrat candidates, who of you thinks that we should have Obamacare should cover illegals. I'm getting the wording all wrong. They all raised their hand.
Yep.
All the Democrat candidates raised their hand. I don't know if that was some kind of dumb reverse virtue signaling that they thought Democrats actually want this, because I really don't think they do. I don't know why the fuck they would do that. It's the
liberals haven't got the balls to speak because they're going to offend someone who's a bit like Lee when he brought it up earlier on. That basically, Keir Starmer's in the scenario that he'll offend anyone, but he is a total twat. But that's the reality, and that's what libs are like generally. Full stop.
When the Civil Rights Act, I believe it was like 1964, was passed, like a ton of Democrats opposed it. Like the Democratic Party is vastly different from what it was. It's unbelievable the changes.
Well, they were the racist party, weren't they? They were the
yes.
They set up the KKK. They set up Planned Parenthood, and the whole point about Planned Parenthood was a woman calls, and she's a eugenicist, and
Margaret Sanger.
That's it. She set up Planned Parenthood to basically, and she said it, to control the black population. I think it's 1 million abortions a year, and quite a lot of black.
And then the rap industry counteracted that.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, it's of course, like, you know, people on the libs, when you say that to them, even people on the right, you say actually the Democrats were like the racists. They don't believe it, do they?
People always think about Planned Parenthood as always doing that one thing, but they did do other stuff.
Yeah,
but they contribute to like stopping the spread of a lot of like venereal diseases.
Yeah, they do cancer screening. You know,
I mean, people go in and they're like, I think something had blah blah blah. You know, random hookup with the person. They can test the person and tell them.
That's 1 million dead babies a year. It's
not just 1 million dead babies. It's the industry and using the materials and stem cells from those babies as a
correct. It's a commodity. It's a commodity, isn't it? It's a commodity. RW.
It's a commodity.
I've seen the footage of Planned Parenthood where it's like an aluminium counter or a stainless counter, and there's babies there, and they're laughing. It's footage that was broke out only a year ago, and I can bring it up.
No, we're not going to show anything like
that. That's how every Planned Parenthood.
They were laughing about it, and they were talking about how much they would get for certain body parts.
I learned that at Planned Parenthood University.
Yeah, they have their Christmas parties. They have these little dead fetus appetizers. Right. They're outstanding.
Appetizers.
Mistletoe. They kiss under a
caviar.
Boys, you might laugh and stuff, but this was literally said at a secret recording where they're boasting about how much money they get from dead babies. I just can't remember the numbers.
It reminds me of something I watched yesterday about it was a true crime thing of a woman who for 13 years was taking meth and basically had babies in a bathroom, 7 of them, and then put them in cardboard boxes for a husband who just got out of prison to find after she left him.
Yeah, she gave birth to 7 babies that they died.
7 babies. She killed them, 6 of them. 1 of them was stillborn.
Dear God.
And she wrapped them all in towels and plastic bags and put them in boxes in the garage.
I always believe
it was fucking disgusting.
What the fuck is wrong?
Yeah, it's
and rough. What they were there for years?
They were there for 13 years.
Okay.
Oh my God, the smell.
Psychotic. Psychopath.
That's messed up.
The guy had no idea that she'd been pregnant 7 different times.
Oh, dear. The thing is, when it comes to this abortion thing, I'll be perfectly honest, I'm very liberal. I see that abortion is a technology that is available, and you can't really roll back technology. This is only going to push forward in one direction. And so, at the moment, it is a technology that's available that is going to be used. Now, you can scoff about it, you can be upset about it, but the fact is that is going to be now. Technology will resolve this issue when eventually birthing chambers and birthing pods will be developed, and so people don't have to abort anymore. They can simply take the fetus out, stick it in a birthing. I mean, we already have it. We already have what you call incubators,
test tube babies.
Well, no, it's not even test tube. It's that the fertilized egg or fertilized whatever stage it is, the fetus is, they'll just simply extract it from the mother and put it in a pod, and it will grow. And
you're talking about IVF.
Well, no, not even IVF.
I'm
I'm saying here's a woman who's pregnant who wants to abort it. We don't abort we don't kill the fetus. We simply extract it from their body.
Artificial wombs, aren't you?
Yeah, artificial wombs, exactly.
Right.
You extract it from the mother. The mother doesn't have to have anything to do with it. She can sign away all her legal liabilities towards that fetus. But we don't kill the fetus. We simply allow it to grow in a artificial womb, and then it will be adopted.
The conservatives that see that as dehumanization.
Well, I mean, as I said,
it's not a conservative or liberal thing. I think that
it's just the technology progression. That's all I'm saying. I'm looking at it from a very purely technological.
To your question, I think this is personally an impossible subject, in my opinion, because some people's faith and beliefs are unwavering with this particular thing. So it's almost essentially. It's a subject I don't ever really even talk about.
There was a Black Mirror episode very similar. They had these like egg things that they put the babies in, and you carry around them, so the man can carry the baby around as well as the woman.
But I mean, artificial wombs are being developed as we speak. They already managed to, in fact, to grow I think a sheep in one. So those things are going to come. That's the next phase of, if you like, reproduction technology. And so abortion will not be necessary because we don't have to kill the fetus. We just simply take it away from the mother because the mother doesn't want to have anything to do with it. And that is the way forward. But the fact is, right now,
that doesn't follow. Who will be the parents of this?
I mean,
it'll be adopted by the centralized system.
There's a lot of women. There's a lot of mothers and fathers that can't bear children. So
but if everybody who used to have abortions now gives birth, I suspect there will be an oversupply of.
I'm led to believe there's an overrepresentation, vastly overrepresentation of couples that want to adopt children.
What the fuck is going on here?
Awkward. That's what's going on here. Awkward.
I mean, abortion is fine when there's rules involved and you set a limit of when. In what period of the
so what period then?
I mean, me personally, I think I think 13 weeks is probably a.
Well, I mean, I would actually lower that to 10.
So currently, I believe it's 22 in the UK or 24.
This is exactly what I wanted to get to because
you need enough time to notice that you're pregnant, and I think 13 weeks is more.
I mean, there's a famous one which was discussed in I think in New York where they were talking about the mother will give birth to the child, and then there'll be a discussion that will be taking place. Like what discussion? This is infantilization now, you murderous bastards. What are you talking about? A discussion. You gave birth. It is now a child. You have to now look after it or give it.
Hafez, I think you meant infanticide.
Oh, sorry, infanticide. Yes, sorry. Yeah, infantilization is actually treating someone like a child. But yeah, infanticide. It is. It's literally killing babies at that point. There is no discussion of like that is not a.
There's 5 states where they can literally have a due date abortion. Sorry, not a due date abortion. Literally, they can decide the baby's life after birth. But there's many states, sadly, that have this.
That's misinformation. I'm led to believe. There's no American states that allow after the birth that babies can be terminated.
No. This wasn't that it hadn't passed, but they were talking about it. It's literally on a podcast. The doctor was talking about once the mother gives birth,
the
baby will be kept
misinformation
comfortable.
Because that is just That's just killing a fucking human. That's
yes,
not an abortion.
Yes, that's what I mean. This is now in the realms of madness. It's like, what the hell are you people talking
at
about?
that point, your only option is adoption.
What's the difference? It's like a birth canal. It's not fucking. You know what I mean? The difference between a living baby and a living baby is a birth canal.
No, look, there are certain stages of development which it is questionable whether this would, be a human being, a viable human being or not, if you extract it from the mother. There are certain stages of fetal development which you can, it's a gray area. But once the woman has given birth, it is not gray anymore. I mean, it's very black and white.
At 25 weeks, a baby can be born and survive.
I want to challenge Banksy's concept of future technologies, because it would be very dystopian to me to have a system that took children, grew them artificially, and then raised them by the system so that everybody uses their tax money to basically all be the financiers of all these children. Because in that system, which they're going to be raised in, they're going to be raised in that system's education as well. And it's going to be 1984 type shit.
No, it's going to be like fucking The Boys, isn't it? Where they start injecting them with shit just to experiment.
Yeah. No, RW, you're 100% right. I'm not denying the fact that is like that's dystopian, that's Gattaca, that's Krypton. Also, it's a centralized birthing system. I honestly think human beings are going to head that way.
If a baby's growing in an artificial womb, it won't have it'll probably have mental issues when it's born.
Well, there are questions about that. There's
no connection between a mother and child anymore.
Well, this is the thing. That connection is what is been discussed. That if a child is being grown in an artificial womb, because of the way the mother moves around, the way the connection, the voices, the sounds that the baby hears during development, those things could all are intangible values which we haven't quantified yet. So they're looking into those things, and these artificial wounds that they're looking into actually move like a mother's body would.
Simple things as having the same taste as your parents.
What about microplastics
in the womb? I believe,
like the aspect of the technology with what we can do now, it's so far-fetched to create a sterile environment where you're not basically just saturating them with toxins and microplastics as they're growing in this mycoplasmic medium made out of whatever McDonald's byproducts or whatever the fuck you're even thinking is possible right now. Like, it's just so, like, I'm actually like, I just gotta like bow out of this conversation because
now look, RW, I'm not saying that this won't be some dystopian shit. I'm not in any way sugarcoating this for you. This is our dystopian future where our greater masters will teach us how to grow babies that will be good workers, and some of them will be the military babies, some of them will be the religious babies, and some of them will be the scientist babies.
Yeah, I think Banksy's point is that technology always advances. It doesn't matter which front it is,
because
that's the same. It's the same true for reproduction as well.
Fact check. Yeah, I'm wrong on the 5 states, but they were trying to propose it. As of October 2025, 9 states, including Washington, not impose gestational time limits on abortions, allowing them up to term under state laws and rules. These justifications typically permit abortions at any stage for any reason, though an individual provides their own policies.
Yeah.
So 9 states up to due days.
Yeah, that's insane. That is insane.
Any reason.
I don't know. I know there are states, and maybe these are all of them, including the district, that will allow. They might have restrictions on a maximum date at which you can have an abortion, but if it's determined that the mother's health would be is jeopardized by carrying the baby to term, then at any time before
this is but last time this is not, and this is not about outliers. This is actually.
What are we on about now?
A total outlier. like
we're still on
abortion at birth term.
Yeah, no, this is something I've never heard of.
Me either. I've heard of it, but it's disinformation.
Okay. It's not disinformation. I just went straight back onto Grok. 9 states, including Washington, will do abortions any time limit for any reason.
That's correct.
All right.
The thing is, the mother's life and all of that. Again, this is why I'm liberal when it comes to abortion, because there are certain outliers which we have to. No. But based. What I'm pointing out is we have to allow caveats for such cases.
No.
We can't just close the door on these things.
We're talking about late abortions, right?
Yeah, but are you saying that they can abort healthy mothers?
Yes.
No, but what I'm saying is that those states who ban abortion outright close the door on all possibilities and all even outlier cases, and we have to allow caveats.
Right. Biscuit, I've literally just read now.
You've read on Grok of a law that would allow but abortion.
It's not a law. No, as of October 2025, so that's today. But they update this. 9 states, including Washington, so it's 10 states basically.
So Trump allows this, does he?
No,
Washington D.C. allows it.
District of Columbia. Trump,
Washington State
gave it back to the states.
Yeah.
They gave
Trump
it back to the
doesn't
states.
run Washington.
Yeah, and he gave it back to the states, so it's got nothing to do with Trump, right? So this is not misinformation. I'll put it on Google and I'll copy and paste that question, and it'll come up exactly the same. 9 states, including Washington.
Well, if that's true, it's wrong. But
it is true.
Is it written like that?
Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? Listen,
hold on.
I've read it out to you.
I know what it says. What you've said, and I believe that's what it.
But that's what Grok says.
Yeah, but is it written like that to allow unhealthy babies that will die anyway?
I actually read out the qualifiers. This is not fair. When I read the qualifiers out, it's not the best to read at 3 in the morning. Am I going to read the qualifiers out again? It literally says, under no any reason, for any reason.
For any reason, for any circumstance.
They have policies.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I mean. This is the one I heard. This is the one I heard on the podcast where the doctor, I think it was either the doctor or a politician, who said, yes, the mother will give birth to the baby will be kept comfortable, and then a conversation will ensue. I'm like, what conversation? No, the conversation is, are you going to adopt this? Are you going to give this child for adoption, or are you going to take care of it? That's the only fucking conversation.
My conflict with this one right here, right now, logically speaking, is once that baby is blinking and breathing,
6 weeks.
Do that would then constitute, and pre-discussing it, first-degree murder.
Yes.
Premeditated, yeah.
Yes.
Any other conditions?
That's why I don't think. That's why I don't think any doctor in his right mind would do it. I don't understand what this law pertains to.
I've just looked on Google and it totally says the opposite. No, abortion is not illegal at any stage for any reason in Washington. While abortion is legal and protected under the state of the law, it becomes restricted at a certain point, which is 24 weeks of pregnancy. And late-term abortions after 24 weeks, if the physician determines the pregnancy poses a risk to the pregnant woman's life or health.
Yeah, that is actually a huge loophole, or health, because something like, he could just say, well, her mental health will be adversely affected. See, there's still no standard there that,
but
it's still vague enough that you could do anything.
That's totally different than saying a healthy mother and a healthy baby can be aborted.
Yeah, but my wife says 22 weeks. That varies from state to state according to state law, obviously.
It's 24 in Washington.
So it's not as of October 2025. 9 states, including Washington, not approach gestational limits on abortions, allowing them up to term under state law and rules.
That's what it says on Grok, not on Google.
these jurisdictions typically permit abortions at any stage, typically at any stage for any reason, though individual providers may have policies, which, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. This is somewhat
you know what I would
Basically halfway.
I would not use Grok or Google. I would go pick a state and go look at the actual text of the law, a particular law.
Telling you guys, birthing pods, they're coming. Pod babies.
Okay. Okay.
All right, are we ready to move on? Are we ready to move on?
Wait there. I can give you the states now. So New Jersey says no limits per state law. District of Columbia, no gestational restrictions. Columbia protected by 22 no measure limits. California, no limits. And Alaska.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Based. I just wouldn't accept the word of AI. I would go look at. I just take a look at New Jersey law. Just pick one state.
Holy shit!
Holy shit!
Yeah, New Jersey has no state-imposed limits on the late abortion.
Okay.
So there we go.
That's disgusting.
But so that's I read the states out, and you can try Colorado.
Guys,
Alaska.
let Steve move it on because this is uncomfortable for a lot of people.
Tedious.
Yeah, just wait till Grokpedia comes out, and then we'll get better information.
All right, so we're going to switch. We're going to switch to the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Okay.
Oh, that's
I've got
much
a Navy
more comfortable.
SEAL. I've got a Navy SEAL who was on with a particular British interviewer, I believe, and he shares some pretty, what I would say is intriguing, insightful commentary.
This is P, isn't it? I've seen this, I think.
All right, you guys can see that.
Oh, that's O'Neill.
Yes.
Yeah, I've
guy
seen
that
this.
killed Bin Laden.
Yeah, he shot a lot of people. He's got many confirmed kills. He's a bad dude.
Well, yeah.
He's seen bullets go through people and put bullets through people.
But that was not an entry wound that we saw. We saw an exit wound. So where'd that bullet come from? You don't bleed like, and I've shot guys closer than the camera was. And an entry wound doesn't look like that. An exit wound does. Why did his shirt move the way it did? When I've shot people, their shirts didn't move like that. And then the initial reaction was, well, he was obviously wearing body armor and it was deflection. One, no, he wasn't wearing body armor. And two, it doesn't deflect like that off of body armor. Why was his shirt moving from right to left? Why were people being interviewed saying, yeah, they came from my left to right, from his right to left, immediately shut down? And then did they tear the crime scene down immediately? Just right off the bat, from seeing it, knowing he was dead, saying a lot of this is bad, not even getting into the soliloquy of text messages that 22-year-olds don't send their trans lover.
If you were doing that with all your training, you were one of the most elite guys in special forces in American history. If you were dismantling this precise rifle, how long would it take you to do it?
A 30-06. Well, it's going to take several minutes. I can't even remember I grew up. My first rifle was a 30-06 in Montana, and I can't remember the last time I took it apart. I could take the bolt out, clean that off, but in order to break it down to the point where you can even walk with a limp, it's going to take a solid 5 minutes, I would guess, with different. I don't even think you use that type of a screwdriver that he had with his DNA conveniently all over it, because you know everything you touch has your DNA on it. It's just it taking it apart, putting it together, taking a shot cold bore, by the way, where your scope wasn't on there, taking it back apart, putting it in your pants, climbing down a fence, getting back into the woods, putting it together as you're on the run, wrapping it in its out, then driving 200 miles away to type to my love the 300 lines of text. It's just none of it makes sense to me.
O'Neill's not suicidal, right?
I watched a video of someone dismantling and putting a 30 together in 17 seconds.
Let me explain something to you what he's just said, though. He said cold bore. That means the kid took the scope off the rifle. The kid had the scope off the rifle, put it on to make the shot, then took it off. So, like, if you've ever put a scope on a rifle
and not zeroed in.
Yeah.
It was on a Picatinny rail, though. They're quite good if you tighten them back onto the same rail. Aren't they?
You put a laser bore round in that has a little laser and it shoots out of the front of the barrel. You put a scope on and then you turn the laser on and you point the rifle, and downrange you'll see the fucking laser from the bullet and the aiming is usually off by like 16 inches.
And
more.
even after that, you have to still do live fire to hone it in.
Exactly.
The laser isn't perfect.
Well, in that interview, that guy says about, how you review that rifle. He said he'd be able to pick a nostril.
What?
That's his exact words. He said, Piers asked him how hard is that shot? And he said,
that's for him.
I quote what he says. He said, I could pick a nostril.
Yeah,
he is like, he's beyond an expert. In the level of military shooting, expert is the highest. He's far above.
But he said, he literally said it was easy. It was easy to get a kill in there. He said, I could pick a nostril.
Yes, but the difference is that he's taking that shot with a well-oiled weapon that's well-honed. If you're going to quickly assemble a 30-06,
no. He was talking about that gun. He was talking. If you watch the whole interview, he's literally talking about that rifle, and he's in hard up a shot.
So what is he saying about that was an exit wound? It wasn't an entry wound.
Yeah, he's saying the one we see from the front, coming from his throat, was an exit wound, and that the shot came from the rear, hit him in the back of the neck, and came out of the front, is what he's saying. He said, that is not how it looks like when you shoot somebody from the front with a 30 caliber high-powered rifle. He probably has shot every single one of them. He said his first one was a 30-06, but obviously there's a million 30 caliber rifles, such as AK-47, M14. You guys know the routine. They're all 30s,
All right. I have a question response, Steve. Remember when you asked the panel to give out a percentage?
Yes.
Or was it AFID that asked that people to give out a percentage?
I did.
I remember
this is the actual narrative. I'd like to hear those percentages again, because based on you sharing that movie, I don't think you're at 100% anymore.
I'm not.
I don't think anybody was at 100%.
I was.
Whatever.
I was, but I'm questioning it, man.
And
I still am.
Is what you're
I've
saying.
seen evidence.
I don't know if I ever said 100%. I went through that whole diatribe.
You said 95.
I feel
You
like
said
you didn't even give an answer.
you said 95. I said 90.
I feel like you didn't even give an answer. I thought you skated around it or something.
Well, me?
I remember if you're giving you shit for that. Yeah, that's right.
I fired them, and the thing is a fucking a cannon. It's a smash. When you shoot it, you're like, whoa. The whole earth, the leaves are shaking on the trees. These things are so fucking loud. It's sending that round down at unbelievable speeds. And you think this thing hit this guy and bounced out or stopped? And no way, man.
I've seen explanations for many of the things that he brought up, like the shirt moving upwards. Apparently, he's wearing a cross on a chain, and the chain was pulled up, and that pulled the cross up and pulled his shirt.
Yeah. They also say it's a mic under his shirt, which makes his shirt.
There was a mic, but that wire would not have done that. But the heavy gold with the hard gold chain would have.
No, a lot of experts are saying that it could be the mic, it could be the chain.
Yeah.
They just don't know at the moment. But he was wearing a mic, so you could see.
Yeah, but people were on about him having one of them earpieces in. But if you look at the videos, he never had.
Yeah, he did.
He never had an earpiece.
Well, he had a mic. He definitely had a mic, and
he had a mic, but he didn't have an earpiece.
Under his shirt. It was under his shirt. The mic.
Yeah. He didn't have an earpiece though. Do you know, like the security people were?
Yeah.
Why feeding into the zeitgeist a little bit here with her?
I agree with Smoke Steve's wife. They do look highly
sus.
Yeah.
My opinion hasn't changed.
Neither has mine.
Neither is mine.
No, mine.
I think
there's a lot of things. Because I was at the bottom of the barrel.
There's a lot of things that play.
I think some of the evidence the FBI have provided are fabricated, but
then how do you hold true to the same narrative with?
Because they're just adding extra bits to cement their case. But I do believe they did it.
Why would they do that?
No, the FBI are adding extra bits to the case.
You think the FBI is fabricating evidence?
I think they're fabricating the text messages. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I mean, if you have some doubt about that, then you should have doubt about the whole thing.
Either they're fabricating it, or
I think what Biscuit's saying, I understand what he's saying. They're trying to make sure they've got a solid case against him, like completely solid.
It's
by filling in a couple of the blanks.
Either the FBI did it, or the trans boyfriend did the message.
That's all horse shit. Sorry.
Well, at least you apologize, Dave.
100%, he did it.
Well, yeah, there's no reason for them to fabricate anything.
He did it.
Fabricate, if they,
guys,
they know,
just to let you know, the whole system
is
drunk. So we're all.
If they know it,
come on,
if they get caught screwing anything up, they know that it's going to be picked apart, and so anything that they would do, besides that idiot saying that they had him in custody when they did.
This same analysis goes on for every high-profile murder.
Right.
Everyone. Oh, his shirt moved. Oh, this microscopic dissection. That none of that is, this is inconsistent with what we saw. Happens for. You would have to believe that every single high-profile killing is faked.
So that old guy who claimed responsibility immediately after, he's like some crazy fruitcake that's got a past as well of a similar sort of thing. If you look into it, but what's even crazier, he's now been arrested for kiddie porn.
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, there were stupid bloody comments.
That could be fake.
There was one guy with a wrist gun in front of what's his face? Charlie Kirk.
Jesus.
Wrist gun.
A wrist gun.
They're talking about people.
Somebody moved the hand like they was pulling a wrist gun.
Yeah, that's a lot of
risky.
Yeah,
so there's been talk in the chat about an autopsy. I don't believe you can have a murder investigation without an autopsy.
Yes, so I believe it's a legal thing, and I believe he hasn't had one. They're saying he hasn't had one.
Well, why can't they release it?
They haven't had one, so this is what they're saying.
Haven't they buried the body already?
Yeah, and they buried the body already. This is a legal requirement for anyone who's been murdered to have an autopsy.
Yeah, of course.
I'm sure
it's part of the it's part of the trial, the conviction.
Yeah, yes.
How do you know?
The forensic pathologist will say this is where the bullet went and this is what it did, and then we'll all say, "Oh, so
I have heard. Have you heard the same thing, chaps? That he hasn't had an autopsy? Have you heard the same thing?
No.
That's been on the internet. Yeah,
I would.
I don't know. True.
I would bet a lot of my money that he's had an autopsy.
Yeah, there's no way you can have an assassination on screen with the world watching and not have an autopsy on that body.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Well, remember, guys, he ate very healthy. Remember that? He ate very healthy. So that's why his bones were able to stop the bullet.
Oh, the bullet. Yeah, the stopping of the bullet.
So,
bones.
Without an autopsy, you can't, as someone said, you can't have a prosecution.
I spell autopsy.
AUTOPSY.
And I'm guessing the reason the blood
RW's
spurted
right, his
out
bones were made out of adamantium.
He's probably severed an artery that was right underneath the skin.
Auto P.
System's got it.
There is zero evidence online.
Yeah. He's had an autopsy, 17th of September.
Yeah,
see, once again,
you can have an assassination.
We've got a. I did ask a question, but we've got to cross-reference everything.
Was that Grok?
It was, but I know. I don't think they should.
Google didn't answer me and just gave me a shitload of websites to look at. I was like, fuck that.
Yeah, so autopsy was conducted by Utah State Medical Examiner Office with results released publicly on the 17th. Below is the summary based on reports.
Yes.
It is system. Yes, we're talking about Charlie.
Hey.
When was he shot?
Gentlemen, I have to go to sleep. I'm absolutely dying.
I don't know, but the autopsy was released.
It was the day before 9/11, bro. Easy to remember.
Okay, that's at 9/10.
Yep, booyah.
Yeah,
September.
Okay, now I can.
It's also
now that
the
I
day
remembered it, I can have another drink.
It's also the day that I hit into some of the best fishing of my fucking life. Oh my god!
Yeah, September's the worst day with the worst month for like violence. It seems to be terror attacks and all sorts. Always happens in September.
Historically, this is the first time in 100 years or whatever that we haven't had a storm touch land in September. Something like that.
A hurricane, Atlantic hurricane.
The detailed autopsy report isn't due till mid to late October.
Right.
To the public.
Yeah, to the public.
They've released like I suppose provisional then.
I can't wait to see it.
They've released a minor one, but the detailed autopsy report will be released in October, late October.
Well, if you're very drunk, system, you should probably hop on the panel.
Yeah, you are correct. It says note: full autopsy documents are not publicly available.
Way to go.
Their entirety due to the ongoing criminal proceedings, but key findings have been detailed in press releases and court filings. There you go.
Well, everything will probably come out in the court thing that will be televised, won't it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what cup of tea's talking.
Yeah,
about.
who's Zin?
Invader's in, right? Taco. Oh, that's Zim. That's a different.
I don't know if you want to finish off, but there is a part 2 to the memes I've put in the back chat where Jeffrey's responses. The Poundland Obama, where he or dollar store Obama, Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries,
Hakeem Jeffries, and he comes back, and then the White House return him with some sombreros, some guitar playing. What Mexican guitar calls?
The guitar.
That's called. It's called fucking. What's that shit called? I can play it better than it's like
mariachi. It's a mariachi band, I'm pretty sure, Steve.
Yeah, and then when DJ what's his name, Vance, was getting questions in the White House under questions, he said if he does a deal and stops the lockdown, we'll stop doing the memes.
It's a vihuela or a guitaron is the Mexican's guitar. It's got a deeper body.
It's small.
Huh?
Yes,
it's got a bigger, deeper back body.
Yeah, like I said, the only way you'll be able to tell is if you play it, Steve, because it's not the big ones. It's not like a big acoustic Mexican guitar. It's a mini one.
You mean you play it?
That's
what
now?
All right.
The one that surrounds you around the restaurant table and starts playing shit. That one.
I don't have one of those giant weird guitars or little tiny ones. I just got a normal, guitar.
Man guitar.
Just a straight one.
Oh, okay. George Zinn is the old guy that was initially detained. Was later found to have wrong material.
Yeah, but Bottle Cap is a great sort of person in the chat. He comes up with all this knowledge.
I know. I rely on him.
Yeah, if I ask Bottle Cap now, what was his previous shit? He had some suspect crimes early on with someone else dying or some sort of stunt, some weirdness. What's his name again? Something Zen.
George Zinn. Well, Cup of Tea already put that information.
What was that?
It said in 2013. I'll just
That's
put it
it.
up.
Yeah, it was that date. It was that. I remember
Zinn
the
was
day.
charged with one count of making terroristic threats, a second-degree felony after he emailed the Salt Lake City Marathon requesting to help place bombs at the marathon.
Wait a second.
Sounds like
he emailed them requesting to place bombs.
Requesting to help.
Yeah.
Obviously, he probably
crazy.
Thinks, that seems more like a troll than a threat, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you don't ask them to help you put the bombs out, do they?
Yeah,
well, suppose you believe that the Boston Marathon bombing was a government operation, then you might mockingly email Salt Lake City Council offering to help them place their bombs for this.
It's an extreme troll, though. When did the Boston bombing happen? Do you remember the year?
2013, I believe.
Well, that's the same year he said he was going to put it there.
Well, he didn't want to make a meme because he knew he might go to prison for that.
Well, yeah. In the UK, he would have guaranteed.
I'm curious if you guys watched Change My Mind, Louder with Crowder. He went to a nearby university where Charlie got shot, put up his glass box, and did a protest that Change My Mind, the left is violent. Did 2 days of that and released that footage. Did anyone watch that footage?
I haven't as yet. I want to, actually. What's it like?
So he basically just has very civil conversations with some young minds, and they challenge him at their level. He definitely goes after them with very pointed information. Well, it's facts, but it's in a way that if you don't allow someone to talk in response, you're kind of badgering them.
Yeah,
so I'm just curious to see where he goes with that.
It's not really a dialogue if you don't let them talk in response.
It was April the 15th, 2013, the Boston bombing. So it was the same fucking year. Yeah. What?
Well, I'm guessing the Salt Lake Marathon was later in the year.
Oh, right. It was the Salt Lake he was talking about, was it?
Yes, the Salt Lake City Marathon.
So that would have given him the idea to talk shit.
Yes,
but it's an extreme troll, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's very
fucking hell.
Yeah, especially when you see the results. I've
exactly.
shown pictures here before, and little Martin Richard, who was just a 10 or 11-year-old boy at the time, had his internal organs blown out of his body all over his parents, and his little sister had her foot blown off. So it was pretty rough. And forever, Martin Richard, number 8.
Don't forget, Biscuit. Repeat after me. It's a strength.
Go on.
It's a strength.
So it wasn't Sarney. Now that he was prosecuted by the state, and they don't have a death penalty. Yeah. Was Correct. He prosecuted by the feds as well?
Yes.
And he did get the death penalty, right?
Correct. He's got the federal death penalty.
Okay.
I'm hoping DJT does something good and gives him the fucking.
Well, the one survived.
Expedite those appeals.
Yeah, the one survived, and the other one died, didn't they? The shootout.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were in a boat, weren't they?
Joe
Carr ended up in a boat in Watertown at the end. He was his last ditch effort was to hide in a boat. And it was in a guy's yard.
Right.
And somebody saw some blood stains on the side and called the cops. And they fucking ended up taking him into custody with that. But when they had him stand up, he had the lasers at his chest from the SWAT ARs. One of the state troopers took his picture and put it on social media, and he got fucking fired for that. The fucking cop got fired. Of all the miscarriages of justice I've ever heard, we all wanted to see that picture of that son of a bitch with the lasers.
I bet he never pays for a beer in that town again, though.
But he did.
Yeah, because he can't afford it anymore.
Yeah, it's just terrible, man. But the whole thing, I got to know one of the victims who had her leg blown off, and she's a nurse. She's a fabulous nurse, one of the greatest fucking nurses you've ever seen.
She doesn't work at IHOP,
and she gets to have. Well, she gets to have a dog that is a rescue dog, and he helps patients that she deals with, and she's an unbelievable person. But this whole thing, it woke up. I wanted to think that it woke up Boston, but
in what sense?
just to watch out a little bit, you know. I don't know. It's
Hey, I tell you what, I tell you what, Steve. They don't have to look out in Poland. They chill out in Poland and Hungary.
Can I have more context for that? Like, what do you mean? I don't get it.
No immigration.
Well, you're missing vital ingredients. The reason why you got to watch out in Western countries.
I do not bottle cap.
You have a Western problem of bringing in people from far-flung countries with different cultures and values.
Yeah.
In Hungary and Poland, they don't have that problem. In fact, they have zero tea attacks.
That's right. Wife is right here. Jokar ran over his brother and turned him into a skid mark because Jokar was trying to get away from getting his ass shot, and he ran over his own brother, which is one of the great ironies. You know, ironically, there was a murder in Waltham some years before, and if you want to get into the weeds of it, these two guys, the Tsarnaev brothers, I think they murdered drug dealers in Waltham. Other people do too. There's been books written about it. There's ties to the whole thing. It's quite an interesting subject.
I thought it was only the older brother that was tied to it.
I tied them together.
Well, I mean, they're brothers, right? They probably.
Exactly.
I was going to say because obviously he done a tea attack, and they look pretty together like.
But I thought that was supposedly before he became religious.
I don't
when
know.
He was just a gang banger, basically.
Yeah.
It's still unsolved.
Yeah.
People have made ties. I don't know if you've read anything about it, but certainly a interesting concept. But obviously, at this point, it doesn't matter. He's fucking dead. And
yes,
if Trump does anything good, he'll
Tamerlan. That was his name.
What a dumbass name too, right?
I know.
If Trump does anything good, he'll fry the young one. And,
well, the thing that has to happen is the appeals have to be expedited. And that's what slows this shit down.
14 years, 20 years, 30 years, right? It seems to be when you hear somebody who's actually put to death in under 20 years, it's an outlier.
Yeah, like the John Allen Muhammad, the Beltway sniper, was like only on death row for 13 years.
Right.
Doesn't he know that Beltway is already dangerous enough?
Those momos are dangerous, aren't they? They're everywhere. Up to all sorts.
Well, do you believe that Lee Malvo was somehow fucking hypnotized by him?
I don't believe that shit.
So Lee Malvo should have gotten it too, then, right?
Well, I believe he was only 17. Am I right? When he committed the murders.
Finger still works. Pew,
yeah,
pew.
no.
I mean, like MK Ultra? What do you mean hypnotized?
Like he was
by this lead guy they just killed. He had.
It was a young John Allen. The theory is that the older guy, John Allen Muhammad, if I'm getting that name right, was sort of influenced the thinking of the younger Lee Boyd Malvo. Lee Boyd Malvo looked up to him as a father figure. And
are you on about the shooter in the car?
Yeah, the Beltway.
From 2002, like more than 20 years ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
Why would that be considered hypnotism and not grooming? I don't understand the reference.
Well, hypnotism wasn't the right word.
Yeah, it wasn't hypnotism. Under the spell of, influenced by, as opposed to, under hypnotism.
Was it a racist thing? Was it something? It was either women or was it white people? What was it?
Oh, it was a lot of postal workers. It was a lot of federal employee postal workers. I feel.
Yeah, but there was one of them was a child in where I used to live in Bowie, Maryland, and some of the victims were black. So
Yeah, it was a blue car, wasn't it? It was a blue car. And they had a secret sort of way where they can get to the back of it.
It was an
Like,
old
centers.
Chevy, I don't know, a big Caprice.
Blue. What is it?
Got a big
Blue,
trunk, right?
It had a big trunk, and where the lock, I think where the lock was supposed to be, it was
but
kinda punched out.
they adapted it so they
And
could
they
get
adapted it
from
so
the
you
front.
could, right, exactly. And I think Malvo did most, if not all, of the actual shooting.
What year was this? I don't recall.
I want to say 2002.
Okay, I wouldn't have been really paying much attention back then, even though it was my hometown.
Were you living in the area?
I was in Ellicott City, I think, at that time.
Man, it just gripped it was insane.
Yeah, they called him the Beltway Sniper, whatever the Beltway is.
For about 2 weeks or 1 week, there was people getting shot like early hours of the morning sometimes, so not always. And these geezers were just drifting around and just shooting people,
right?
Silently, without any,
right?
Just do it and then just drive off.
Wouldn't that be dwarfed by 9/11 though? Still in 2002, wouldn't that?
Well,
it was shocking because it had a period of tension where there was weeks where they were not caught, and another victim would show up.
It was for a period, wasn't it? It wasn't like 3 days
I remember
or
that
2
now.
days.
I do think it wasn't just a Beltway though, right? It was like Walmart.
No, it wasn't. It was all over the place. Originally it seemed to be clustered around the Beltway, but later shootings there was one shooting like halfway down, towards Richmond.
In like a Walmart parking lot or something?
Yeah. All big
I remember
space.
that now.
People coming out of shops and stuff like that.
Yeah, my buddy who was at the time, he was born and raised in Falls Church, Virginia. I believe that's what he used to say. And he said he was like, everyone in my town thinks it's some fucking weird CIA thing or something. And he was like, but then again, everybody from Falls Church thinks everything is the CIA. Right. Which I think the CIA is in Falls Church or close to it, at least.
It was the people who were shot. They were just shot at random. They were some lady, Hispanic lady sitting on a bus stop bench and shot in the head. And she, just dies like that.
I seen a cool.
Yeah, somebody pumping gas at a random gas station, pumping gas, shot and killed there. So it had a very terrifying impact because of the randomness of it.
True terror.
There was a description of a white box
yes.
truck, was it?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
the fake truck.
That ruined any chance.
I think the reason why they said that is because there's so many white box trucks around.
Well, they had a witness who said, "Yeah, I saw a white box truck when I heard the shot." Well, yeah, you look anywhere and you'll see a white box truck.
They had 4 wheels and a license plate. I guarantee
and it's white and it's a box.
The idiot police. I forget. The idiot police put this information out.
That's real.
People were looking for white box trucks. They'd call the cops because there was like a white box truck that was driving too slowly. I mean, it was just so stupid.
Do you think that based on current surveillance technology and an abundance of surveillance that, 2002, we didn't really have cameras out like we do now. I don't think that people can get away with that same type of terror now.
No, they can't.
It's a lot harder. Hopefully they can't get away with it for that long without a accurate description of the vehicle and the people involved.
Last time, so I'm going to do a little pivot, right? Because the Jack the Ripper, one of the most famous mass murderers
he was a DJ, right?
No. What happened there with the police is that some lunatic rang up and said he was Jack. And there's like the phone, the phone conversations there. The police played it out, and they had these experts,
language. There was no phones back then.
No, Jack the Ripper. The Yorkshire Ripper. Sorry.
Oh, not the actual Jack the Ripper.
Yeah. Sorry, Yorkshire Ripper. And what happened was the police then allowed this tape to be released publicly, so you recognise him. Language experts actually tied down to literally like a little village in somewhere in the vicinity. But the problem was, it was a red herring. This guy was just some pisshead loony that rung up, and the police took it as legit information.
Yeah.
Which took him on a sidetrack, which pulled him away from where, and actually, by his actions, there was a couple of more women that were killed by him. But in your case, it was an accidental with a box fan. In our case, it was a deliberate.
There are 4 lights.
There are 4 lights.
What up, dog?
Coming to us from far east.
Come on here, join in. We'd love to see you.
But a sensible police department would not have put out such a vague description because it could not possibly be useful. And the hero, the so-called hero of the Beltway sniper case, who is Chief Moose, believe it or not, was his name, police chief in Montgomery County.
I remember
he was the one that put out this, be on the lookout for a white box van, which totally prevented anyone from identifying the actual shooters.
And just to tell you, like RW was saying about technology these days, well, I've seen the program about all this, the red herrings and the mistakes by the police and what happened, because they detailed a program about all this. It turns out that they in the police station had to reinforce the floors underneath to cope with the weight of the paperwork they had, because it was just before computers. So, or if computers were out, they weren't really in the police department, so there was no centralized way of doing anything. So, they had to shut down the floor underneath and put acro beams up to protect it. No structural engineers in there to try and work something out, because they have to have the paperwork on site. But same stage,
too many tips.
It just got out of hand. Of course, loads of tips. It just completely got out of hand.
Right.
They were planning on one thing, and it just developed into something. And
right. That was an era when the way you file information was critical in whether how you'd solve it or how quickly you'd solve it.
Yeah. And they had evidence, by the way, but it turns out they had evidence it was Jack the Ripper. They just had to catch up with the paperwork, which they had managed. Because they were just snowed in there. I think it just got missed somehow, or got missed like files. Basically, they had it there.
Everything had to be done manually. Every analysis, you had to take a stack of paper and sort through it to do analysis.
And it was a bobby driving on the road that actually caught him. It was just some bobby that was a bit nosy.
Last Dance, can you do a quick summary of the elimination of quiet skies?
Never heard of it.
You're the one that posted the information of it. Americans have become numb to surveillance, and eliminating quiet skies is hopefully just a start.
Oh, yeah. This was the program under which Tulsi Gabbard was surveilled. And let me see if I can summarize it. It involved, there were these bizarre rules that could cause you to be put into this Quiet Skies program. However, some people who should have triggered the rules were not put in the program. So there's really no, it's entirely possible that people were put in the program because they didn't like them, and they use these rules as an after the fact justification. It's
like
what it
Tulsi
seems like.
Gabbard.
Well, yeah, like Tulsi Gabbard. But the Trump administration has discontinued the Quiet Skies program, and they would end up using air marshals to do the surveillance. And air marshals the whole point of air marshals was they would watch on flights for terrorists, and air marshals were suddenly doing Quiet Skies surveillance of people who were not criminals, and they weren't doing their job of checking for.
But
terrorists.
Will this affect their terrorist monitoring activities?
It did. Now that it's been discontinued, it won't.
But what's crazy about it all, like the way you described it, it's like they're not terrorists, and they're not seen sort of reported as terrorists, but they're being watched on a plane traveling from A to B, which really
it seems like a silly waste of resources to have watched Tulsi Gabbard unless you're
and the details they went into endless details, like they would record the exact time and duration that people went to the bathroom. It was all that kind of minutia.
Keep that guy busy.
Yeah. So I mean, it was just insane. It's just
can you imagine being that say a federal officer or even air
well
marshal?
They complained. The air marshals complained.
And they're literally saying, I'm actually doing this to Tulsi Gabbard. She's a politician, for fuck's sake. She's literally a war veteran. She's a war veteran. She's a reverse. It's like, well, what are we doing here?
So it's definitely, I was just curious if it had anything to do with actually backing off the technology we have on surveillance, because that's only going light years forward.
Well, this wasn't technical surveillance. This was mostly good old fashioned, somebody with a binoculars staring at you as you go into the bathroom and writing down, went into the bathroom at 6:31 and 33 seconds. Looked like she didn't feel, her face looked uncomfortable, like maybe she's, had a massive one coming. Got out. It's 33 minutes later. People preceded her, gasping for air, out of the bath. It was that kind of ridiculous.
I noticed she had a fish supper. She had a fish supper with an apple tart. It's like, what the fuck?
Jesus, disturbing.
It is disturbing because it's just so. And I don't think it wasn't just her. It became more of a public thing because she opened up about it. But it's happening to lots and lots of people. I've led to believe.
Yeah, it's a waste of money, man. It's blatant waste of money.
Yeah, I posted something.
But that was under the Biden administration.
Yes, it was under the. Although,
thankfully, those Democrats are out of office now, so that shit never happened.
So exactly. So now we don't have any freedom of speech or civil liberties.
But it is quite rich when they're all screaming at Trump's for his Jim Coney and all that business. But the funny thing is, none of them said anything. When General Flynn was being stitched up and all the others were being stitched up.
I agree. I don't respect. I only respect people that supported civil liberties, no matter who was in power.
But that was lawfare, wasn't it? It was lawfare they done in the Biden administration.
But I gotta say, I don't respect Republicans who
I agree
complained when Biden did it and now are supporting when Trump's doing it. So
yeah, I agree with you. But basically, it is lawfare. It was. I think he put about 10 Trump associates to court.
Hey, Welshman, what about Trump threatening to block federal funding to New York City or New York State if Mamdani gets in?
He can't do it.
Isn't that lawfare though?
He can't do it though.
I mean, Trump does talk a lot. What we got to remember with Trump, what he says and what he does are two different things, and they can be poles apart. But that would be bad.
That's the problem.
I would answer the question. Yeah, that would be
until they're not.
Yeah,
if that developed, he does talk a lot though, Trump.
I mean, it's not like he's. I don't know why we give Trump, this leeway, as if there's something wrong with him where he can't possibly be expected to, adhere to the norms that every other person is held to that standard. I don't understand why he gets to slide on this.
he's the funniest president ever.
Yeah, I'm not
Joe
laughing.
Biden was kind of funny.
I thought Clinton was pretty funny.
No, man. Come on.
No,
He's the
Reagan
meme.
was the funniest.
He's the meme. He's the
I wasn't
meme
around
master.
for Reagan.
He's the meme master. He can literally he wakes up at 4 a.m.
I don't want to meme master.
Don't want to.
There certainly are. There are certainly
so
Trump
funny.
policies that I support, but I wish that they were. Yeah,
There's
go on.
obviously something wrong with last names.
Yeah.
No one's arguing that.
I mean, if he's not 100% on board with this guy, then there's something wrong with him.
I just like the way that anything he does, the Democrats really just scream and completely lose their shit, hyperventilate. He made a meme. It was a deep fake meme. Yeah, it was a fucking Sam Brevy. Can you tell that was a joke? Even if it was distasteful, you didn't
But
like
think
it.
about it this way, Welshman. It's like if I'm going to get in trouble for anything I do, I might as well go all in. That's kind of the mindset that I see it as. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but I can see it.
Here's my problem.
Go ahead.
There is so much important work to be done, and it's like he's. You expect someone to be too busy to spend any time at all trolling people on social media.
You're
He's
giving
the
him credit
president.
that he actually did that and didn't just click or have someone post it for him like that. I don't
Well,
think
I've seen it. Well, I've literally seen him dictate to a girl, and she pumps it in, and she does it. And
I've heard about this, but he has. Exactly, he decides how it's spelled, where the
everything.
capitals go.
Yeah. Literally, capitals is a big thing. I've seen him dictate it to her.
Right.
He said,
So,
and she looks at it, and she puts it to his face, and he goes, "Yeah, okay." Or he says, "Make that caps."
it does represent his creative energy for good or bad.
But the first one's at 4 a.m. Obviously, he's doing it in bed at 5 a.m. His first ones. But yeah, he literally, and he does a tweet in about 20 seconds, and he just says "go," and he just hits it and start off a mobile.
But don't you think that a different Trump might? Don't you think these trolls actually decrease his effectiveness on the important stuff?
Yeah, I
probably
think
too late.
Potentially,
either way.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, let's not forget, Ronald Reagan was a great joke teller. Let's recount one if I can remember it.
He just didn't have social media. That's why.
Where he said, "True, Topple, true." He said something along the lines of.
You have to get it word by word, otherwise it's not going to sound great.
It's
Google
not going to be word by word. Jesus fucking.
I want verbatim, please.
Verbatim.
If you're struggling now, that's what I'm thinking. I think you Google it.
I'll take verbatim.
You guys are talking too much.
Sorry.
Sorry, mate.
Reagan liked jokes.
You've gone from having Biden, who basically was not an active president at all. And we all know that. It's been controlled by bureaucrats.
There was a schoolboy who's
Trump. Sorry.
Who was going out for with his class? They're going to raise money for the homeless.
Oh.
The teacher tells him, "Okay, you're going to go and collect money for the homeless, and we're going to pile it all together, and that's going to be our feel-good thing for this semester." So the schoolboy goes and collects it. He brings it to the teacher, and the teacher says, "Okay, now you've collected this money. We're gonna give it to this homeless man, and that will help him pay for his rent and his food because he doesn't have a job. He's homeless." So the little boy gets to thinking, and he says, "Well, why doesn't the homeless man get a job and earn his own money? And why am I taking the money my parents earned and giving it to the homeless man to survive?" I mean, the way I'm telling it, it doesn't come off at all like a joke. It's incredibly lame. But when Reagan told it, it got laughs, and the sentiment is completely authentic.
I was thinking the same thing, Smoke Wife. They just don't swim very well in Dixon, Illinois.
I remember Reagan joke where he said, "My opponent talks about my age," and he said, "I won't hold that against him.
I won't hold my opponent's youth and inexperience
against me." Which one? And he delivered it perfect.
That was decent. It was decent. I mean,
that
he
was
did well.
Mondale.
That was better than the little kid feeding the homeless dude.
But this is how times are different. Mondale's response was very gracious, and it just was a different era.
Yeah,
partisan rancor was
Reagan
not
part of the whack pack?
I don't know.
Well, Reagan also gave a tax break to everybody, and ironically, a lot of Democrats voted against it in the Senate. This is like what I brought up earlier about the difference between things now in the government is.
You mean voted for it? Because it's the same now.
No, they actually voted against it. It was like things were flipped, man.
Oh, yeah. Things flipped since the early 2000s.
But it's the status quo where they were voting against the acting president. So
What's that?
It's still the same thing where they're going against what the other party wants. That's the same status quo.
That is the same.
Right. That part of it is the same, but the actual thing that they're rebelling against is flipped 180 degrees.
Right. I literally just watched a thing of Hillary Clinton saying we don't want to pay for illegal.
I saw that.
Healthcare.
Right.
And so it's just like you just look behind you. All you got to do is not even far. What was that in the 90s? And it's just So
it might have been the 90s. It might have been the 90s.
I think it was the 90s. Yeah.
Yeah. She was originally, I think, she was investigating, how to
delete emails
and do national health care. I need a lot of help. Help me, RW.
Okay, I have the two U.S. Marine Iraq War veterans that shot people within 24 hours not long ago. When was that?
Last weekend.
That got buried pretty quick. Hey,
what happened?
I don't know if it got buried.
I've been incommunicado for a week.
So Nigel Edge in Southport, North Carolina, shot people at a bar, I believe. He was on a boat and took shots at a bar.
Oh, yeah, I heard that. From a boat.
From a boat. And then Thomas Sanford shot up an LDS church, rammed his truck into it, and burned it to the ground.
I heard that too.
So, I mean, those are pretty heinous acts. I would say that going after the church is even more epic. I guess I'm biased. But that just disappeared. I swear. I don't even see it anywhere anymore.
Yeah, well, so did
the
shooter self-delete?
No, I believe.
No, he got shot.
Sorry, the LDS shooter did, I believe, get taken out.
Okay.
So are you saying there's a coordinated effort to eliminate these stories, or to me that's just the natural news cycle?
I just don't know what buried it. What's happened since then that
people weren't care. Just people didn't care.
Yeah.
They didn't care about that. But he had he was like a, he had the jacked up pickup truck with the two American flags hanging from the truck bed, and he had a Trump shirt on.
Which one?
Well, the Trump shirt on was
Mormon shirt.
The Mormon shirt, yeah.
The Trump shirt was a Photoshop deal. But
no, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. No,
it wasn't.
Was it the opposite then? People are then photoshopping.
I almost did a story about this on the Discord, but I just
it was on Facebook 2019, I believe. That or was it 2019?
I don't remember.
It was posted 2019, so it wasn't photo. It could have been photoshopped back then, but when people were posting it, a lot of people were claiming it was purposely done to make him look like a Trump supporter. Which
I don't know.
Because it's impossible to believe a Trump supporter would ever commit a violence.
Right, because if that's the case, then it doesn't fit the narrative, right? And so
that's right.
job.
Yeah, that's the point I was going to try to make, but I just never had time.
Okay,
it wasn't worth it. Nobody cared about the story, like you said, so it wasn't worth it.
But that's disappointing. Like anytime, I don't know. It's just like we're so desensitized.
He burned the church down. It was like a big.
He had an IED on his truck, supposedly.
Yeah.
You know, the thing I'm always most interested in, that I hear the least amount about, is what is the motive.
What? And I never were we given a motive for the LDS Church?
Not that I know of.
We were.
I think we were on that, but not
quick.
for
Nobody cared.
The boat shooter.
So by the time they figured it out, nobody cared about it no more.
Let me look that up real quick.
We lost our host. Our hostess with the mostest. There he is, back.
Oh, hey, surprise!
Bye.
Good evening, good evening, chaps. I'm out of here.
See ya, Base.
All right, thanks. Have a great week, Base.
Nice.
Have a good night.
Hopefully, your sinuses open up and you don't snore so much.
Yeah.
If you've been hearing him all the time, I've been nudging him.
Yeah, totally. Totally hearing him.
Really annoying.
But I appreciate that we can hear him snore, so I got no problem.
He's literally under my armpit, and he won't move.
He's a good boy.
You gotta give your dog a CPAP device.
Fine boy.
I'll show you now, literally. So there's me. Look at him. I can't even
Oh, he's cute.
What a sweetie. I'm talking about Trigger, not you.
Oh, he's cute.
Oh, he's
awake. It's like, motherfucker, why you wake me up for?
Wake me up.
Nice one, boys. Ta-da.
All right, see you, man.
Yeah.
Be well. Be well. Be well.
Bottle Cap makes a good point. Literally, the product known as Photoshop was released in 1990.
That's right.
So it's certainly people have been creating Photoshopping since 1990.
Well, was the big thing was that one senator from California, the one that slept with the Asian spy, supposedly posted it, and everyone got on his case about it.
Eric
Her name was like a Marvel villain, right? Like Fang Fang or something.
Yeah,
Swalwell.
Isn't he the one that got the Chinese chick spy or whatever?
Yeah.
They were just yeah.
He also supposedly farted while live on TV. That could have been Photoshop.
Somebody, and I actually I started my stop. I started my stopwatch because I was going to call the person out. So it was exactly an hour and 36 minutes ago. Somebody audibly farted in this pub. And I was going to call them out. So I started my stopwatch so I could be like, okay, so is this many?
Let me go back in time to watch.
Right.
I've certainly done it many times.
Well, somebody did.
I know. I started about an hour ago.
It could be my chair too.
It was an hour and 30.
It's not me. I haven't had a good
and a half
beef
minutes
during
ago.
the pub tonight.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Does anyone else here call it a beef?
No.
No.
What is that?
Yeah.
When you have a problem with somebody?
No,
Yeah, it's
fart.
Me
That's
and
what I call it.
Last Chance have a beef with each other.
That's what I call it.
You call it a beef?
Yeah, on
I've
occasion.
never ever-
beef is
Good
a
point,
fart.
Smoke Wife. We can always blame
So,
Trigger.
so if it's a small one, is it like a pork chop or something?
No,
It's a ground beef.
It's a
you
ground
don't
beef.
even
Oh,
mention
that's
it. If
good.
it's a small one, it flies under the radar.
If it's a small one, it's nobody's business.
I'm sorry, but them small ones can be deadly sometimes.
Oh, the small ones can
The
be
silent ones are deadly sometimes.
as noxious as a big one.
I feel like we're degrading. I feel
Yeah,
like
I was
wet
just gonna
ones.
say,
The wet ones are the dangerous.
if we're going with gross, I got some stories.
no, I'm all right.
Please.
I'm for it. Is it
I'm a
belt worthy? Is it belt worthy?
Well, I'm sure you've all seen this. These airplane toilets, they're like made of Teflon. I don't know what they think they're getting with it. When you flush it and it sounds like someone detonates a bomb.
Yeah.
Does anybody fly an
What
airplane?
are you talking about?
I
Yeah, I've
avoid
flown on
bathrooms on planes, so
Well,
Yeah, they go like a wicked
right,
stuff.
and then people go number 2 in them, but it doesn't really clean it out. The next person in is still dealing with residue.
Sure.
Well, do these toilets use gravity to get rid of the waste, or are they pressured?
That's how I get rid of my waste.
There is some fluid, not a lot, but I think it's like air pressure it's a combination of like vacuum cleaner and fluid. And,
don't use the difference in the cabin pressure and the outside air pressure?
No, I don't think it doesn't. It doesn't like bomb somebody underneath with.
No, I know it doesn't come out, but they use the.
Don't sit down and flush.
Well,
you'll be sucked in.
Theoretically, like the weight of everybody on board is not going to change even after everyone like takes a shit or two, because it's the shit was in their body and now it's outside of it, but it would have been weighed that way when they entered. So
exactly, there is conservation of mass on an airplane.
It's not like anyone's adding anything. It's just moving things from one side to another. So I mean, is what it is. It's like the amount of water that's on Earth is more or less the amount of water that's here, and it just moves around.
Right.
No water gets added.
Right.
And no water gets taken away unless a small amount is flown into outer space and fucking something blows up out there.
You know where it gets lost? Believe it or not, it gets lost in fracking because the wells are too deep to return the water to the water cycle.
Yeah, well, technically it's still here.
It's still on Earth. That's true. It doesn't change the mass, but it's taken out of circulation, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what happened? You took a dump on a plane and didn't wash it up, and you were afraid to leave the room?
No, the person before me did.
Oh.
I have to. I'm staring down this.
Oh yeah, it's tough.
Well, no, it makes it perfect. If you're just peeing, you're just aiming for the shit.
That's what
that's gross though. That's gross.
No, I'm using my pee as like a public service to wash down
power washer.
Power washer, right?
Yeah.
I feel like I should get like a discount on the next ticket or something.
You got some good kidneys you can power wash.
Well, who hasn't had a friend who's a bachelor who tells them, well, if you got to take a piss, maybe you can, blast off some of the stuff that's in the bowl with your pee because they haven't cleaned it. So it happens.
I was waiting for this. Was all just to see if Smoke Wife would complain, and she did her part.
Well, for the ones that have sons here, didn't you guys teach your kid how to pee in a toilet with a Cheerio in it to aim for the Cheerio?
No,
that's just me. All right,
yeah,
that's how I taught my son to pee. Aim for the Cheerio.
Well, I'm a girl dad, so that's not a thing.
No, my wife took care of the girl.
Right.
I'm just happy that my kids sit on the toilet instead of surfing it now. It's been a long battle.
Surfing it.
Yeah. That one kid squats on top like he's surfing a wave.
Oh.
Well, just tell them Winston Churchill said, "Why stand when you can sit?" Like they'll be like, "Who's Winston Churchill? What the hell are you talking?"
Yeah. No, I'll try and lead with that next time. I'm not. I did want to share a technology advancement that I read that was cool. I don't know exactly where this project is. I think it's in France, but the final phase of the massive reactor, the fusion reactor that they're building, is being assembled.
Thank you.
So
for sharing
Westinghouse takes on the project, and they're basically the next task they have is the engineers have to weld together 9 massive steel sectors, each weighing nearly 400 tons, to form a vacuum vessel. And then that chamber is basically going to hold hydrogen in the future, and it's going to get heated to 150 million degrees Celsius.
Right.
So how much of a weld is that?
Say again?
Like, that's a fucking huge weld.
The engineering behind it, there's a lot of nations that are working on this together. So
Yeah,
it's interesting. Like I'm a little worried when they
welding
start
these
to
things
stitch up.
together sounds like an incredible weak point. I don't even understand how you could.
This is a fusion
I was
reactor.
about to say.
It's a design called a tokamak, or I'm not sure.
I believe that's correct. Yes.
But this was the tokamak design was actually invented by Russians a long time ago.
Right.
And that the trouble with fusion is it gets so hot, there's nothing that can contain it.
Yeah. Can you imagine if they oopsie and we're all dead?
Right. So the
That's not
tokamak
a problem because once the it's not like a fission reactor. Once the power stops being added to the reactor, it just cuts off.
You're still creating
fusion
Earth
actively maintained with power to keep it going. It will.
It's hard to tune a fusion reaction. It's easier. You can do it with fission. You can tune it so that it puts out more or less power. You can't do that with a fusion reaction yet. It's
Not yet, no.
So this tokamak reactor turns the stuff into a plasma, which means that the electrons are stripped off, I believe, and it has a positive charge, and then it's contained in magnetic fields, very powerful magnetic fields, which keeps it from melting its way through and blowing the whole thing up.
And the goal is to turn 50 megawatts into 500 megawatts. So
right,
you're tenfolding.
Right. The problem
that's the main problem, that you're getting less out than you put in.
Exactly. That's been the problem.
Yeah.
With fusion up till now, is that it takes more energy than you're generating.
Let's just hope this is the most modern version of playing with fire. I know it's not till like 2035 or later that they're going to like fire this thing up. Potentially.
Well, the worst that could happen is that a city is blown up.
I mean, we basically figured out fusion in the 60s, but only for bombs. We can't
40s.
control it.
More like the late 40s.
Was it the 40s? Yeah. Well, it was
the ideas behind it were the 40s. In fact,
let's just hope it's not the engineers that were part of Ocean Gate.
Fusion was understood even before the atomic bomb was built, and one of the issues was that the scientists, it was all new, so they weren't completely sure that if they detonated an atomic bomb, that it wouldn't then trigger some horrible fusion reaction. Like there were two scenarios they worried about. One is that it would fuse the nitrogen in the atmosphere, which would then
ignite the sky,
which would basically burn the Earth up in a flash. And the other was that it would ignite the hydrogen in the oceans, which would have the same effect, basically.
I don't remember that one. I remember the atmosphere ignition. But so either way, I mean, damn.
They did the calculations and they said, nope, can't. It's impossible. And then just before they detonated the test bomb in the New Mexico desert, they said, how about we do those calculations one more time just to be sure? And then,
shit, let's do it twice. Let's do it 2 more times.
But you know what? I bet when they detonated that bomb, there were more than a few scientists who were holding their breath. And then, we're thinking, woo, thank God we didn't destroy the whole world.
Now we're just like, hey, Grok, will this blow everything up? And he's like, nah, she'll be right.
Right. And that's when we'll all go wrong.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I trusted Grok.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of made a joke about Grokopedia a little bit earlier, but I think it's interesting that X is putting out its own Wikipedia basically because they're complaining that most of the algorithmic data that Grok is pulling is coming from Wikipedia, which is a compromised information source. So basically that's saying they're going to create their own information source that they're going to pull from. And it's like, well, how is that better? That's just your own information. That doesn't make it accurate information. It's interesting.
Exactly.
Is Wikipedia really compromised?
There's no such thing as not a bias-free source of information.
There is a such thing as a controlled source of information, though.
Right. I mean, the problem with something like Wikipedia is that everything in there is filtered through a certain bias, and so
it's peer reviewed though, isn't it? And majority voted for and changed.
No,
Well, who's the ones that
you need
review?
to. I will
ones that
send
are
you a
biased.
link.
I know that the words can be changed by literally anyone, but
No, there are reviewers that hold a tremendous amount of sway, and you would be surprised. I was surprised. I mean, you
looked into that actually.
I could
I have
point you
hearsay.
to some particular Wikipedia pages, and you'll be surprised at the bias in them.
So is there like a club that there's like a rating that accounts have that if they have a high enough rating, they have sway?
Yes. And people, leftists in particular, have devoted half their life to, increasing their influence as an editor in Wikipedia.
I wonder how much those accounts are worth on the web.
I don't know. Good point.
Yeah.
So we can't trust fact checkers either.
No,
you're allowed to trust whoever you want, Topple.
As long as you have the skepticism to read something and realize that it's not the final word, then I think you have a good chance of not being fooled.
Is that even a thing anymore? Is there fact checking sites still?
I think there still are, like Snow.
Right. Oh, I remember. Yeah.
Let me give a little credit to this group here. So earlier today, I had a little extra free time because my mom took my kids to go do stuff. Yay, freedom! So I was like, I'm gonna go find another StreamYard group to just hang out with and chat. So I looked. I found 3 English-speaking and mostly other parts of the world. And of those, like 3 English-speaking, like 2 of them. None of them allowed people on the panel, right? So no one can just come on up and hang out.
Okay.
And all close-knit groups, and none of them wanted to talk about anything at this level. Like the amount of things that you guys are willing to get into here, I cannot replicate that unless I try and create it myself, like with the weekly dig. I can't find it anywhere.
So how many viewers did they have, though?
Say again?
How many viewers did they have, though?
I mean, it varied from 25 to 1,500.
Because yes, you gotta censor. If you have a lot of people and you grab attention from YouTube or anybody, you gotta start censoring. That's the problem.
But at the same time, you should be able to have conversations that are more important than Kim Kardashian and football league. Or, I mean, to each their own, everybody's got their hobbies, but I'm just saying this pub is way more unique than I thought, because as I'm going and actively trying to find something else that's like it, I'm not finding it.
Well, I have to say, hats off to Smoke Steve, because it's his ethics, his dedication to not censoring points of view, and not even that, not so much that, but not belittling other points of view, that allows for, I think, a very open people with different opinions to come on, and I think that's very rare. You don't see that anywhere. Basically, everybody who's got a stream or a podcast, they tend to have an agenda. It may not be left or right; it might be something else, but it's narrow. It's artificially narrowed, and people are have to. If they don't already come close to agreeing with that agenda, you won't see or hear from anybody.
I think that's what it is, and I agree. I kudos to Steve as well. I think that these people that are popular and have these streams that I consider brain rot, that's what people are after. They're not seeking this out.
I know.
Echo chambers.
It's echo chambering.
Or not even echo chamber, just brain rot. Just dumb shit. Like literally talking about like a Hollywood person for 3 hours. It's like, okay, that's what the population wants to sit there and be entertained by. I thought
pop culture.
Some people love that.
Pop culture sells.
My girlfriend loves that. My late wife loved that stuff. I don't like, I don't care about Kim Kardashian. I really don't care at all about Kim Kardashian. You know,
Taylor Swift. Kim Kardashian was so like 5 years ago. It's Taylor
Yeah, how
Swift.
dare you, last
I'm
year.
old.
at
Man.
least Taylor Swift.
Cups up with it.
At least Taylor Swift has done something. You know, Kim Kardashian never did anything, and none of those Kardashians did.
Oh, she did something. I saw a video.
Okay, that doesn't take talent. Well,
Sometimes it does.
All right. Maybe I'm oversimplifying.
Well, that's what made her.
Reminds me of Chris Pratt's joke that he made that got him in trouble.
On the back.
Name some Hollywood actresses that made a major comeback. And he said that.
I couldn't stop laughing when I saw that one. That was hilarious.
Ugh. He didn't get canceled.
I looked at my wife. She didn't understand. I'm like,
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're a good person. You good person.
Yeah, but pop culture sells. Like this whole Diddy trial, it gets into conspiracies, and I've heard my nieces talk about that. Who's involved? Who could be involved? I'm like, don't care. The guy did something wrong. Put him in jail.
Now they're not saying Diddy is innocent, right? They're just talking about more.
No. It's linked to Epstein. It's linked to this. Michael Jackson was part of it. Like, I just sit back and I just listen. I just laugh the whole time.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
and
all
the complaint is that they didn't have enough solid evidence to put him away for longer. You know, all these people are saying he's a part of all these dark things, and he very much well be. But apparently in the court of law, they didn't have everything they needed to nail him for all those things.
He had a lot of lube.
Him with the manslaughter and gave him 50 months. But we'll see where he ends up. Is it going to be like a house arrest situation? Is he going to be incarcerated in general population? Is he going to be in a Martha Stewart suite? You know, like, I don't know. Is his bunkmate going to be named Tyrone Berrywood? I don't know.
He seems like a scumbag to me.
No diggity.
Whoa, no doubt.
He beat that chick. Scumbag.
That's what the judge said in her final ruling. Because of his actions towards women, it has to be dealt with. So I'm going to take this wet noodle and beat you across the back once with it, and then you're going to owe me $500,000, which you probably have in your pocket right at this moment. Right.
Was there any civil suits going against him right now?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but
that's what could bury him.
Yeah,
I mean, how does that work?
What it comes down to is he didn't. I don't know why they sentenced him for so long. The crimes,
15 months.
50. The crimes didn't seem to line up with the time, but it was one of those things where a judge felt, I guess, pressure to do so.
Well, you probably know more about what the details of this case, Smoke Steve, than I do. But usually, there's a very detailed formula that judges use for sentencing. It gives them guidelines, a minimum and a maximum. They get add-ons for, it's like they come up with a number based on all these criteria. And I don't, I never know. It seems too complicated for me to understand, but I bet that her sentence is between the min and the max of the guidelines.
Oh,
that's criminal, right? This is criminal we're talking about. We're not talking about civil.
No, criminal.
It is basically in between the two. There was 14 months and 130 months. So it's actually under half.
Yeah.
What this essentially came down to was him facilitating the travel of men over interstate lines to have sex with his
sex trafficking?
With his female partners or females.
Out of a technicality is under a different law, the man's law.
I think he was not prosecuted, or he was acquitted of the sex trafficking charges, which were the most serious. Am I right?
I believe that's correct.
Because
yes, but this still, what I'm saying still comes into play.
Yeah.
With what he's charged with. But sex trafficking was not one of them.
But it's like, what is the technicality difference between sex trafficking and manslaughter? Like, what is the semantics that makes that different?
Consent versus force.
So she was okay with it?
She and the
you can argue
the travelers, the male prostitutes, were fine with it.
It's there's a line drawn about whether you force someone or not, and apparently the jury did not believe that he forced any of the ones he was charged with to do this.
So
personally, I believe he should, for that act of flying in some studs to have sex with his partner, I don't think that should be a crime.
I thought the issue had to do with degradation, like how people were treated in that process.
And I thought it had to do with that she was a minor.
I don't think she was a minor.
I don't think it was a minor.
No minor charges, I don't think.
Wasn't a minor?
No minor. It was the interstate and payment that were the big problems here.
Okay, I thought it had to do with, like, the way that the judge quoted the ending of it. It sounded like how this woman was treated is the reasoning behind the conviction.
Yeah, but but that wasn't the charge.
He wasn't indicted for anything to do with minors, though, too.
No, it was interstate and basically payment. The two things compiled together.
That doesn't even sound like a crime, to be honest.
Well, interstate is sex trafficking, and then
Sean Diddy Combs he was found guilty of 2 counts of transportation for the purpose of prostitution and not guilty of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy charges.
So you got pimp charge.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, then I think that sentence is a huge sentence considering what he did.
Huge.
What he was convicted of.
Pimp?
Yeah.
So in other words,
basically
50 days would have been huge.
Yeah, he's got 4 months in jail, 4 years in jail for
4 years and 2 months.
A pimp. 2 months.
Yeah, but it sounds like the judge had bias towards his actions and was convicting him based on that bias.
I hate that sort of shit.
The video.
This is something that is allowed in most U.S. courtrooms. Is you can be sentenced, not convicted, but your sentence can reflect crimes that you were actually acquitted of.
So what that means, Last Dance, is you can be sentenced at the whims of the judge.
Within the guidelines, that's correct.
That's fucking ridiculous.
So here it's saying, people are arguing, or the prosecutors are arguing the sentencing is unconstitutional and that the judge overstepped the jury's acquittal on coercion elements.
This wasn't a jury?
There was a jury for the conviction, but not the sentencing.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, the jury convicted.
And judge sentence.
The judge sentence. So the prosecution's going to appeal the sentence? Okay, that's interesting.
So 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution are what he was convicted of.
Yeah.
And 50 months was for that conviction. But the prosecutor sought at least 11 years, citing his unrepentant attitude and history of violence.
11 years?
Basically, there's a lot of
11 years.
Basically bias is the right word. Because of the bias of more information beyond the scope of transportation to engage in prostitution, I believe that is the reasoning behind 50 months. And I don't know. If he's an evil motherfucker, it's just going to be a 50-month timeout, and then he's going to get back to it.
I mean, I'm not trying to defend his actions. He seems like a scumbag, but I don't think it seems like that amount of jail time is quite inconsistent with what's typically
11 years or 10 years maximum. Each count. He had 2 counts of transportation, each carrying a maximum of 10 years. So it could have been 20 years if they slapped him with everything. That was the maximum extent of the law. So based on that, it's not heavy.
Yeah, I hear you.
RW, like, why it seems excessive is they give like rapists like 2 years, 3 years. I'm not saying it's a reflection of this direct case. I guess I'm saying it's a reflection of the complete failure of prosecutors in prosecution in time served, because it doesn't make any sense. And the more we see stuff like this, the more we shake our heads and say, what the hell is this? You know, like,
here's my question.
Fuck.
Say you're the judge, okay? You're the judge, okay? And you are seeing all the information that's coming to your desk. You know, when prosecution comes to the desk and they're like, this is evidence we have on this, and then there's like agreements that are made that we're not going to bring this up in court, or we're not going to give this to the jury. Well, the judge gets to sit there and see all the truth.
The judge sees it all, even things that are suppressed.
Right. So if I was the judge or you were the judge and you saw heinous shit, but you know that in the public's eye you can only play a certain game.
Right.
That's the result.
So you're saying she sentenced him to an adequately long term based on what she knows?
I'm speculating that it was a very political sentencing, and he was given more than nothing to appease his actions that are known, but not so much that there's going to be an outcry.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you, but just then from my point of view, that sentence is harsh and not too little.
Based on our known information, I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah.
All right, dudes, I'm leaving. Good seeing you guys. See you next time.
Good talking to you.
Have a great night.
Take it easy. Have a good week. Come back.
Goodbye.
Before everybody leaves, I just am curious if anyone else is aware that the fresh American Pope has blessed a large block of ice in the name of climate change.
What?
God Almighty!
What is that?
I haven't heard that, and it sounds like something I don't really want to know.
I'll share it in the background in the back chat.
Do we have yet another woke Pope? Is that what we're getting at?
Well, Laudate Deum is encyclical that the Vatican actually put out. That is the climate change narrative, the climate change project. So they're on board with the whole we're hearing.
Why would the Vatican want to weigh in on climate change? It's just such an earthly consideration.
If it gives the church more power, that's the only thing that makes sense. If laws can be enacted towards climate change that somehow give the church more power, that's the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, why would they care?
There are 4 lights wants to know, did he actually bless ICE too? The Immigration and Customs Enforcement?
I'm not sure if he's going to do that. I'll definitely let the group know if that happens.
not just frozen water, but the government agency ICE.
Did you hear what ICE did in Chicago recently?
They have a certain amount of arrests. I have data on that. Other than that, no.
They took this. They went into this apartment building and.
Oh yeah, you posted that.
300 people or 300 ICE agent. They dropped snipers off on the roofs.
That stuff I don't care about. For?
They detained almost everybody. And,
well, that's what I care about because they detained American citizens. That's not
a bunch of them were U.S. citizens.
Because here to say it this way, I'm defending them, right? If they have no idea,
right,
they have to hold them until they do know, right? Is that the concept?
That's the concept.
No. Well, technically, if you're a free American citizen and you haven't broken the law, and someone comes to take your freedom away, you are allowed to take up arms against them and fight for your freedom.
No, you're not.
And
Oh,
if they
yes,
shoot
you are.
you, you were innocent, but you're dead.
That's another.
At the most base level of the law, you are allowed to defend your own personal freedom as an American.
So, how many people were detained that were U.S. citizens?
Approximately 260.
They were all detained, and for how long? What period of time?
Some for up to 8 hours. Basically.
So, what's the letter of the law during an investigation? There's a certain amount of time period. You can detain somebody without charging them.
In most states, it's an expeditious process that's supposed to there's no real amount of time put on it.
There's no number, but
8 hours by the eyes of the law would be too long.
So if I was detained and I didn't show that I was a citizen, they would still have to let me go if they have no proof, right?
Ultimately,
we're talking 30 to 45 minutes is okay if they're scrambling to figure it out, but 8 hours is absolutely.
Here's what I would say: if you're gonna make a raid like this, you need to bring the resources that lets you process everybody in an hour or two at the max. Don't just turn 300 people into prisoners until and you have 2 or 3 guys going through them next.
Yeah, that sounds like January 6th on the. Oh, sorry.
Each one takes 10 minutes or 20 minutes to go through. I mean, you have to have a better process to.
That's a legitimate question, RW, but the two.
It's not a question. I'm just making a smart ass.
The two things aren't connected by any means.
Time out.
You do what you got to do to run this ship. I'm just being an ass.
But if you're being detained, you can't fight somebody, though.
You can't detain me on this show. Wait, what are we talking about?
When I have one of these, I'm pretty normal. And this is number 2 going down, so I'm not so normal.
Man. I'm not scared. The only stats I had was yesterday that in Memphis, the Safe Task Force secured 153 arrests and 48 guns in the first week.
That's good.
What is
they
that?
got guns off the roof. That's good.
Is that the National Guard?
That's the National Guard mixed with the FBI, DEA, U.S. Marshals. It's a task force for Memphis. I'm not sure what the stats are going to look like in Portland. I think they're already making noise right over there.
Are they sending troops to Portland?
Yeah, National Guard.
I've been off the radar for 2 weeks now. We made settlement on a house in Florida.
Recent development in the last couple of days, I think.
I thought that was Chicago. So Portland and Chicago?
Sure. Yes. So Chicago's a definitely.
Wow.
Know that. So
That's
yeah,
crazy.
I think it's going to get interesting there because based on the Nick Sorter arrest, they're basically saying, and Pam Bondi's investigating into it, they're basically stating that the state police there are backing Antifa and not stopping their actions.
Oh, Portland. Oh.
So if the federal government is going to push after illegal immigrants and Antifa is allowed to, or not even Antifa, if people are allowed to push back against the federal government without the police stopping them, that has a powder keg potential. I don't know how much they're willing to do that because if the federal government's saying we have the executive order now to put you in prison as a terrorist, I'm not sure how many people are going to sign up for burning stuff down.
That's a lot of
bad
shit there.
If the National Guard detains somebody and they press charges, is that on the federal level or is that on a state level?
Federal.
It is on a federal level. So something will happen to these people.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I'm all for it.
I'm confused because it'd have to be a federal charge for the National Guard to even intervene in the first place. Otherwise, they would have to hand it off to police.
To the locals, yes.
Because supposedly I heard somebody said that the Portland police are investigating something that an ICE agent did, illegally detained or something. So state's going against federal there, just a made-up story.
I mean, they could certainly investigate things like that. I don't know when you get to the clash between state actions and federal actions, it gets iffy. I mean, Portland police are there to serve and protect Portland citizens, and so they would.
So if you commit a crime on federal property, that goes up to the sidewalk. So anything that happens outside the sidewalk, it's more of a state issue, right? Unless it involves a federal agent.
I don't know the truth of this,
Okay.
but it could be that if you assault a federal agent, you have violated anywhere.
Okay.
You have violated a federal law.
Don't throw sandwiches at federal officers.
Why sandwiches?
You may have also violated a state law, but as long as you violated a federal law, the feds can intervene.
Okay.
But I'm not an expert on this.
I was debating someone in the church a couple days ago. It was interesting to me because they're calling out ICE as a racist act it's racism to do law enforcement against illegal immigrants. And some people are saying, they're just undocumented. It's like, how are you stating to me?
Isn't that just a euphemism?
Events, because these people are literally doing their job to remove they're criminals. It's not undocumented. It's criminal. Like, what are you doing here?
Believe it or not, it's not technically a criminal act.
Really?
Correct. It is an administrative violation that's handled by administrative actions.
Well, I need to eat some crow then.
Well, that's just the act of coming into the country one time without proper documentation. It is a violation of the law, but it is an administrative violation, and the remedy is deportation, which is an administrative remedy. Now, if you're deported and you come back in yet again the second time, that's a crime. And a lot of these people have done this multiple times. So those are actually criminal.
Like trespass law, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Much like trespass law.
That definitely makes it complicated, because then ICE is not law enforcement, they're administrative remedies.
Right. It is funny. I mean, it seems like it's a distinction without a difference, right? Someone come into the country without breaking the law, and the answer is to kick them out of the country, right?
Right.
But maybe we are just being overly technical here, since it is a violation of the law, and the result is you get deported.
Right? Huh? They're being mean. They're barging into these rooms, and this is what they came after him with. They're being violent and grabbing them. I'm like, bro, if you have a room full of people and you don't know if they're violent or nice, are you going to call them up and be like, hey, tomorrow Friday at 3:00 I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna pick you up and I'm gonna take you back to your house across the border? Or are they gonna rock up unannounced and grab you and then figure it out from there? Like, I don't understand the strategy in the mind of the people. Like, if my job was to go and literally take people, I'm going to do it with as little risk as possible.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And that's the way I would do it too if I was running the show. And I would have detentions, just like we're hearing. And they would end up detaining Americans legally. People who either are American citizens or are here legally would be detained. And that is permitted. It's not pleasant. It really should be avoided. But you can detain someone pending the amount of time it takes to determine if they are an American citizen, which shouldn't take very long.
Right.
Take
if
8
you're
hours.
an American citizen, you just sit there and be like, all right, I'll wait. I'm good. I'm from here, so I'm not worried about anything. Sit over there. Cool.
I don't know what you do.
That's what
So they're busting down people's doors without warrants? They're allowed to bust through someone?
I didn't say it was without warrants.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about that. I think they actually can get administrative warrants from an administrative judge. But I'm not an expert on these details.
It's just interesting to me because it's interesting to hear someone from the church saying that this is like an end time prophecy revelation, and I'm like, no. If they're enforcing the law, that's not end time. If they're persecuting Christians or whatever for their religious beliefs, then we can talk.
Yeah, I don't think it's end time. Here's another thing to keep in mind. A lot of these things are blown out of proportion by the media, and the situation on the ground may be more humdrum. The person who's detained, who's illegally, may be resigned because they know they're here illegally and they've been caught. The people that are detained that know they're U.S. citizens may be confident that they're fine and they'll just need to get their chance to prove they're citizens or here legally. And so it may just be what it sounds like. People are being rounded up, and illegals are being processed for deportation.
Yeah,
it's just being blown out of proportion by media, sometimes through social media. Like they just did a story about I don't know when it was, but they basically, the big thing was they took an illegal's kid and held her for ransom to get the dad to come out, which then they found out the story 12 hours later was actually the illegal father ran from the kid.
Right.
And they retracted it, but the retraction's this small, but the big headline's still there.
Right. The father ran from the kid.
Yeah.
And the police can't just let the kid go like a wild dog. Okay, you're on your own. They had to take the kid into custody to care for him because the father abandoned him.
Blowing up about that.
Right.
Blowing up about that. And then there's people that don't hear the truth about it and they go with it.
Yeah, I respect anybody that's willing to think about something and even look into it, do a little bit of research. Even if you're just going to use AI, if you're just going to use Grok, I still respect that person way more than bro that's just running with whatever Instagram reel he just saw.
But then you got people that actually know the truth and still smear with the fake sort of the narrative. And that goes for all political influencers and all that too.
People who purposefully deceive, I believe, have a special place in hell. That's just my personal thing. There's no integrity to that. If you're, especially, I mean, I guess you're doing it for pride. You're doing it for financial gain.
Yeah,
whatever you're doing it for.
No, it's all financial gain these days.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I really loathe that. That's worse than lawyers to me. I guess.
agree.
I don't know. That's a hard one. That's a really hard one.
It's about the same level.
All right, guys. I'm going to end the stream unless Smoke Steve jumps on and countermands that.
All right. Thanks, Last Dance. Thanks,
Yep.
chat.
Right. Guys, have a great week.
Good night. Take it easy. All right, everybody. It was a great stream, and really appreciate everybody who participated. I think that includes everybody in the chat. I hope you all have a great week, and thanks to Smoke Steve for taking the time out every Saturday to host these and direct them. And for all the rest of you, see you next week, hopefully. Bye-bye.